Good evening, everyone. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Karen Riez and Vanessa Pina Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Thank you. Celebrations is the next item on our agenda. Ms. Cooper.
Thank you and good evening, Chair Rogers, board members, Superintendent Lewis, DPS colleagues, and Durham community. Welcome to the April celebrations of our scholars, educators, and staff. Tonight's honorees span all corners of our district, representing excellence in academics, athletics, and advocacy. Tonight, we begin with our Student of the Month, followed by our Alumni of the Month. Next, we will recognize our Battle of the Books participants and members of our Superintendent Student Advisory Council. We also have state champion athletes among us who will be acknowledged. Celebrations continue with our Teacher of the Month, Employee of the Month, a special presentation from the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching of the 2025 Burroughs Welcome Fund NCCTE Teacher of the Year, and we will conclude with a special Spark Pen presentation. At this time, please welcome Mr. Emmett Alexander, Principal of Northern High School, for our Student of the Month presentation. Mr. Alexander.
Good evening, Chair Rogers, board members, Superintendent Lewis. Miss Azaria Curtin is our Student of the Month. She is a dedicated and compassionate senior whose journey has been deeply influenced by her father, who taught her the true meanings of empathy and kindness. His guidance helped her discover her passion for helping others, leading her to pursue a future in physical therapy. After graduation, Azaria plans to attend North Carolina Central University and major in kinesiology. Her long-term goals include opening a private practice, teaching at a physical therapy school, hosting workshops and seminars, and working in a variety of settings such as sports rehab, pediatrics, and inpatient care. What keeps Azaria going is the excitement of how close she is to graduation and the bright future that lies ahead. She is an amazing student, but an even better person. She's proud to have served on student government and the prom committee, which are roles that gave her a voice and leadership experience within her school community. One of the biggest challenges she has overcome is moving back to Durham from Arizona and adjusting to a new academic environment, but her determination never wavered. Outside of school, she enjoys planning events at her job, spending time with her family, and hanging out with friends. Her proudest accomplishment is being a first-generation college student, an achievement that reflects her hard work, resilience, and commitment to success. I have the pleasure of bringing to you a name that you will hear again, Miss Azaria Ray Curtin.
Congratulations, Azaria. You have certainly made Northern High School proud, and I can tell you that you make the entire Durham Public Schools community proud. We have a few items to mark this achievement this evening, so please step forward. We have your official Durham Public Schools Student of the Month certificate. Because you are a shining example of our core values, we want you to wear this Durham Public Schools Spark Pin proudly. Our friends at Triangle E-Cycling want to make sure that you are powered for success at the North Carolina Central University. So they are presenting you with a laptop this evening. At this time, please welcome Erica Wilkins, Executive Director for the DPS Foundation, for a very special presentation and also our Alumni of the Month honors. Ms. Wilkins.
Chair Rogers, Board of Education, Superintendent Lewis, at Durham Public Schools Foundation, we know that a well-funded public school can make all the difference in a student's life, giving them a strong community and a bright future. That's why DPS Foundation brings together organizations and people who are ready to do whatever it takes to support our students and champion our schools. We are honored to support the DPS Student of the Month program and pleased to share that we will be awarding Azaria with a $500 gift card along with some additional goodies. We hope this gift card brings you joy, allows you to pursue your interests, and speeds you on along towards your bright future at NCCU. DPS Foundation is also partnering with DPS to honor alumni whose lives were shaped by their time in Durham Public Schools and the educators and staff that nurtured them. I am proud to announce that Jakira Scott is our Durham Public Schools Foundation Alum of the Month for April. Jakira is a proud graduate of Southern High School, where she led the marching band as one of the school's first female drum majors, captained the varsity soccer team, and immersed herself in a wide range of extracurriculars. For the past 20 years, Jakira has been a dedicated educator at Hillside High School, first as a special education teacher and now as the school's special populations coordinator. In addition to her work in the classroom, she has coached girls soccer, led a student service organization, and mentored countless students through their personal and academic journeys. Jakira credits Durham Public Schools with shaping her values of love, leadership, and lifelong learning. Educators like her fifth grade teacher, Kathy Williams, and forward principal, Dr. William Logan, play pivotal roles in her growth, inspiring her to give back to the community that raised her. Her advice to current DPS students: don't rush it. Embrace it all. Gain all the experiences that you can while in Durham Public Schools. Life be lifing sometimes, but you have to find the drive to keep grinding. Congratulations, Ms. Scott, our April DPS Alum of the Month. We are honored to honor you. With a DPS Spark Pen, along with a gift card and a basket of goodies from DPSF, including our new DPS Made t-shirt, alumni, made exclusively for our Student Alumni of the Month program. Please look at our website, www.bullcityschools.org, to learn more about Jakira's journey.
Always an educator and always a coach. Congratulations to Azaria and congratulations to Ms. Scott. At this time, please welcome Heidi Perez, Secondary Literacy Integration Specialist, as we celebrate our Battle of the Books participants. Ms. Perez.
Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Lewis, staff, and community members. Thank you for sharing this space and time with us to celebrate DPS Battle of the Books champion teams and their coaches. Here in Durham Public Schools, we empower all schools to participate in this literacy enrichment opportunity by providing the fees, books, transportation, and district coordination support for all elementary, middle, and high schools that choose to participate. Every DPS school has the power. This year, we had 39 schools participate. Students at participating schools read books from a list established by the State Battle of the Books Committee, and then compete in quiz bowl style tournaments to test their knowledge of those books. And boy, they know those books. We also have a wonderful band of dedicated community volunteers to act as competition officials. When I announce the team that has won each level, the team and the coaches will come up to greet and take a picture with the board and the superintendent. This year's elementary champion for Battle of the Books was Lions Farm Elementary School. Lions Farm placed 4th in the Region 3 competition on April 5th at Corinth Holders Elementary in Zebulon. And the team will stay up front so they can get a picture with the board. Get in there. Durham Public Schools Middle School Battle of the Books champions is Durham School of the Arts. DSA Middle School Battle of the Books team placed 2nd in the Region 3 competition on March 22nd at Panther Creek High School in Cary. Durham Public Schools High School Battle of the Books champions here in the district competition was also the Region 3 champion on April 9th at the AG Glenn Building in Smithfield. That team is Durham School of the Arts high school team. Go. I ask that our board and Superintendent Lewis and staff keep cheering for DSA. DSA will participate in the North Carolina State High School Battle of the Books competition on April 28th at the Unity Center in Statesville. Thank you.
At this time, we would like to recognize members of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. I'll turn it over to Dr. Lewis.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I am so excited to introduce members of my Superintendent Student Advisory Council to the board this evening and to acknowledge their exemplary dedication and service throughout the year. The Superintendent Student Advisory Council met with me to offer invaluable insight on various issues and to deliberate on the challenges confronting our scholars and the community. Acting as advisors, the Superintendent Student Advisory Council addressed a broad spectrum of topics, challenges, and issues. Just to name a few, this year, the members engaged with me during my listening and learning sessions. They provided feedback on revisions to the State Board of Education's graduation policy. They influenced the district's budget priorities, reviewed the results of our social and emotional learning student climate survey outcomes, discussed the implementation of restorative practices, and contributed to the policy revisions of the Code of Student Conduct. So they're doing legacy work. They examined the superintendent's post-entry plan, contributed to the development of the 25 through 28 local AIG plan. They attended a special reception and participated in North Carolina Superintendent Mo Green's state listening and learning tour. Most recently, began participating in DPS board meetings to lend their student voice and offer critical perspectives on issues addressed during work sessions and board meetings. One of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council members served as an interviewer on our Dollars and Decisions series. There she is, and it just was a natural in that, and asked Jeremy some tough questions. Additionally, we wish to express our appreciation to our high school principals for recommending such outstanding and amazing young individuals and talented individuals. There's a singer amongst them, probably more as well. So super excited to spend some time with them, and also to the families, the parents, caregivers, some of whom are present this evening, for their unwavering support of these meetings and for nurturing such remarkable young people. And so at this juncture, it is my privilege to introduce the members of the 24-25 Superintendent Student Advisory Council.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. We have several members who unfortunately could not be with us this evening due to prior commitments, but we are excited to share the names of those who are with us this evening. From Durham School of the Arts, Kayla Cabrera. Also from DSA, Ella Rosselli. From Durham School of Technology, Kaylin Myers. From Hillside High School, Gianna Peterson. From Ignite Online Academy, Cameron Alston. From J.D. Clement Early College, Brian Alfaro Chavez. Carl Jimenez Sales. Camille Varine. From Jordan High School, Blair Brinson. From Northern High School, Josiah Beatty. Azaria Curtin. Donovan Miles. Emery Neiman. From the School for Creative Studies, Asher Ovadi. Thank you so much to these students for their outstanding participation. The champs are here. And here to share more about our state champion scholar athletes from Riverside High School is Athletic Director Robert Duncan.
Good evening, Dr. Lewis and members of the school board and all of those in attendance. My name is Robert Duncan, the Director of Athletics at Riverside High School. On behalf of our principal, Dr. Gloria Woods-Weeks, and the Riverside High School Athletics Department, it is a privilege to be here tonight to celebrate the outstanding athletic achievements of Riverside's student athletes. First, I would like to recognize Philip Bloom. He has made an incredible contribution to the Riverside running program over the past 4 years. Phillips holds the school records in cross country, the 800 meter, the 1600 meter, the 3200 meter race, and the 4x8 meter relay. This winter, Philip achieved an extraordinary feat by winning the 3200 meter relay, 3200 meter state championship in the indoor track and field. Philip also placed by less than 0.03 seconds in the 1600 meter race by placing second. In addition to his athletic accomplishments, Philip is ranked number 5 academically at Riverside High School and has an impressive weighted GPA of 4.95. Philip is accompanied tonight by his mother, Kiara. She's here. Next, I'm proud to introduce Stephanie Diaz-Mendoza. She is a talented junior athlete who has made history by becoming the first female state championship from Riverside High School in the sport of wrestling. Stephanie has had an outstanding season, finishing with a remarkable record in her weight class. She went 24-0 this season. She was voted the most outstanding wrestler for the conference. Stephanie has battled against adversity all season while working towards her goals. She worked incredibly hard, day in and day out, with a determination that is rarely unseen. That's from her coach, Coach Hall, who's also here. Stephanie won the individual state championship in the 152-pound weight class and is a tremendous student and a tremendous student athlete. Stephanie is accompanied here by her coach, Matthew Hall, and her drill partner, Josh Maximus Savage. Both of these athletes have shown incredible dedication, hard work, and perseverance, and we are so proud to have them represent Riverside High School on the state level. Thank you for your attention and support of our student athletes who continue to excel both on the field and in the classroom. We look forward to being back again to see you guys again next year as we were last year. Thank you. Go.
Congratulations to these outstanding scholar athletes. This evening, we are honored to recognize our April Teacher and Employee of the Month. We are grateful to our generous sponsors, the North Carolina Central University Tennis Program, the Tau Psi chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and DCL Consulting LLC for supporting our Teacher of the Month award, and to the Office of Human Resources for sponsoring our Employee of the Month recognition. April's theme is restoration. Our April Teacher of the Month is Mr. Caracas Jefferson, 8th grade COPE teacher and case manager at Carrington Middle School. Mr. Jefferson is a true restorer of hope, energy, and joy within the Carrington school community. His unwavering belief in his students and their ability to grow beyond setbacks is both powerful and transformative. Each day, Mr. Jefferson lights the path forward for students in the COPE program. With calm confidence and compassionate leadership, he reminds them that every day is a new beginning, an opportunity to reflect, reset, and rise. His message is consistent and clear. Challenges are part of life, and it is not the end of your story. In a world where it is easy to focus on flaws and failures, Mr. Jefferson focuses on potential, choosing to nurture the greatness within every student. He is a source of strength for his colleagues, too, always ready with encouragement and a steady presence and a positive perspective that lifts the spirits of everyone around him. Mr. Jefferson just doesn't teach, he restores joy, confidence, purpose. His impact is lasting, and his presence is a gift. Congratulations to Mr. Caracas Jefferson as our April Teacher of the Month. We have a few items for you, and Mr. Lawson is here from North Carolina Central University. I know he surprised you at Carrington, probably likely a day or so ago, but I know he has a few words for you as well. Mr. Lawson.
Good evening, board members, Chair Rogers, Superintendent Lewis. On behalf of the North Carolina Central University Men's and Women's Program, the Tallside chapter, and today I'm representing DCL Consultant LLC. I'm actually coming from practice. We're competing in our conference tournament this week, so but we were delighted to surprise Mr. Jefferson. It was kind of funny. He thought that he was in trouble or something when we showed up, but it was a welcoming surprise. So again, on behalf of DCL Consultant LLC, would like to present you with a small token. And again, congratulations on your excellent work.
Coach Lawson, can we congratulate you as well on being named the 2025 MEAC Men's Tennis Co-Coach of the Year? Thank you for your service.
Our April Employee of the Month is Priscilla Thompson, Student Information System Coordinator in the Office of Research and Accountability. Ms. Thompson consistently embodies the values of greatness, tenacity, perseverance, and leadership. She has a rare and remarkable gift for restoring joy, energy, and optimism, not just in moments of celebration, but in times of challenge and uncertainty. Her steady presence and uplifting spirit serve as a powerful reminder that even in the most difficult times, hope and positivity can shine through. Whether supporting a colleague, encouraging a student, or uplifting an entire team, she brings a warmth and light that truly lights up the room. Her genuine kindness, compassion, and commitment to the well-being of others are felt throughout the building. Ms. Thompson is more than an outstanding employee. She is a restorative force in our entire DPS community. Her impact is lasting, her presence is inspiring, and her heart is always in the right place. Congratulations to Priscilla Thompson, our April Employee of the Month. Our next celebration is presented by the North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching, recognizing one of our outstanding educators. With us this evening is Dr. Brock Womble, Executive Director, Dr. Karen Sumner, Deputy Executive Director, Emily Langdon, Deputy Development Associated, and John Kirkman, Executive Director for the North Carolina Association for Career and Technical Education. Please join me in welcoming them this evening for this special presentation.
Good evening, board members, Chair Rogers, Superintendent Lewis. Thanks for having us here tonight. The North Carolina Center for the Advancement of Teaching provides professional development for North Carolina educators at our Cullowhee and Ocracoke campuses, in addition to online and school-based professional development. We're here tonight, though, to celebrate a very special individual. Tyler DeAngelo is the NCCTE 2025 Burroughs Welcome Fund North Carolina Career and Technical Education Teacher of the Year. Thanks to our partnership with NCCTE under the amazing leadership of John Kirkman, Tyler will also be the North Carolina representative for the National CTE Teacher of the Year Award. At NCCTE, we are proud to honor teachers in the teaching profession, and the celebration of great CTE teachers is something Dr. Brock Womble, our Executive Director, is passionate about. We are here tonight celebrating thanks to his vision and belief in the importance of CTE. I'd now like to share some highlights from Mr. DeAngelo's portfolio. He is a dynamic agricultural educator, an innovative program builder, and at Jordan High School, he has transformed the agri-science pathway into a thriving, high-quality CTE program that blends academics with meaningful, hands-on experience. His curriculum exceeds state and district benchmarks. His Horticulture 2 honors course reached 100% student proficiency last year. He regularly earns, his students regularly earn industry-recognized credentials like the BASF Plant Science Certification, which prepares them for success in both post-secondary education and the workforce. In just a few years, he revitalized the school's greenhouse and turned it into a school-based enterprise generating over $5,000 in revenue, all while giving real-world authentic experiences to his students. His success in securing over $65,000 in grant funding, including major awards from the North Carolina Tobacco Trust Fund Commission, North Carolina Outdoor Heritage Go Grant Program, has enabled the purchase of a livestock trailer, the construction of an outdoor classroom, and the expansion of work-based learning experiences. And his leadership extends beyond the classroom. He's a former national FFA teacher ambassador. He's mentored student teachers, presented at national conferences, state conferences, served on Durham's CTE Local Needs Assessment Committee. Under his guidance, the FFA chapter at Jordan High has grown from just 15 to over 100 active members. Pretty cool. The chapter has earned premier national chapter status and received state and national recognitions. His students have competed and placed in statewide leadership events, earned FFA degrees, participated in internships at NC State, NC and with local agribusinesses. Students and colleagues praise Mr. D'Angelo for his passion, his energy, and his care. A student described him as someone who pushed me to step outside my comfort zone, challenged me to grow as a leader, and inspired me to pursue a degree in agriculture. His mentorship has left a lasting mark on students' lives and career trajectories. We're honored to celebrate Tyler D'Angelo this evening for his commitment to his students, to agricultural education, and to the future of CTE in North Carolina. Thank you, Tyler, for all that you do. And we would like to present Tyler with this award. He actually received this back in February when he was announced as the CTE Teacher of the Year, but we took it back to get it engraved. So now he gets it with his actual name on it. So, thank you. And thank you so much.
Congratulations again to Mr. D'Angelo and being an outstanding educator and an example for all of our community and our students. At this time, we have our final recognition of the evening, our Spark Pin presentation, and I'd like to welcome Dr. Lewis back for this recognition.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Cooper. Typically, Ms. Cooper does the Spark Pin presentations, but I get the amazing honor to do this very special Spark Pin Award. For those who have had the privilege of knowing, meeting, and working with or alongside Erica Wilkins, she's now etched in your long-term memory. Born, come on up. Born, raised, and educated in Durham, Erica pretty quickly forged a path with her goals in her heart and returned here to work with and for our scholars. Wilkins serves as executive director of the DPS Foundation. She brought an impressive resume to work after graduating with a full ride from UNC Chapel Hill and earning her graduate degree from Johns Hopkins University. Between here and there, she spent 5 years as a teacher and then held several jobs in senior leadership in public education, including Vice President of Equity and Learning at the New Teacher Center. She's conducted audits and assessments designed to help nonprofit and educational leaders tackle disparities and put impactful equity-focused initiatives in place. And little did I know, during my time in Kansas City, Missouri, while she was working with the New Teacher Center, she helped Kansas City Public Schools with their teacher evaluation tool and some other initiatives that helped Kansas City Public School get full accreditation. So she's had impact around the country. While a classroom teacher, Erica yielded a 93% success rate in annual success progress, got all your business, in her students' core subjects by creating personalized materials and experiences that benefited her student. At the helm of the community-led nonprofit foundation, Erica says, "We're here to bring the community's resources alongside schools and families wherever it's needed." The DPS Foundation is a 501c3 committed to fostering a more innovative, equitable public school system where every student can flourish. They fulfill their mission by raising funds, partnering with schools to expand best practices throughout the district, advancing equity, and making connections throughout the community. During school year 23-24, the foundation awarded nearly $250,000 to 39 schools through its innovation grants and the Whole Schools Funds. The foundation also raised awareness about its college scholarship applications, doubling the number of applications, resulting in awards totaling $62,500 in scholarships to 27 DPS seniors from 13 schools. The annual Evening to Shine Arts and Performance exhibition hosted by the foundation raises money for college scholarships that draws thousands of guests to the Durham Performing Arts Center to observe our students' artistry. They also support educators through mentorship and professional development and DPS families through their engagement work. As Erica prepares for the next personal and professional chapters, we will remain grateful for her strong allegiance to Durham Public Schools, which she says influenced how she has approached her work as an educator. Erica Wilkins has sworn an oath of advocacy to public education in Durham. And thanks to her, Durham Public Schools' spark is brighter. It extends wider and is even more vivid than she found it. And for her unrelenting spirit and love for DPS, we want to present her with this spark pin as a memento and token of our gratitude. Congratulations and thank you so much, Erica.
This concludes our celebrations this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, everybody. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent update. You okay?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, good evening again, Board Chair Rogers, board members, and the DPS community. I am excited to share this month's update with you. Quite a few wonderful things that are going on and exciting things that are going on in our district. But first, before I do that, I do want to welcome and honor our student board member this evening from JDC Early College, Camille Barine, who is with us, part of our Superintendent Student Advisory Council. So she'll be with us tonight. You get all the rights and privileges of a regular board member, except you don't get to vote, okay? But if you have questions of the presentation or board members may want your perspective on a particular presentation, they may ask you. So pay attention. All right, next slide. April 7th through 11th, we celebrated our amazing assistant principals during National Assistant Principals Week. Our APs are an integral part of our school communities. I heard about the many ways that they have honored and they were honored and appreciated for the many ways that they show up and support our scholars, educators, and staff daily. And we want to thank all of our APs for their work that they do in DPS. And speaking of APs, next slide. As we celebrated our APs, we announced the Assistant Principal of the Year. So congratulations to Dr. Quincy Farmer of C.C. Spalding Elementary School. Yes, let's give him a round of applause. Very well deserved. He's our Assistant Principal of the Year. Dr. Farmer leads with heart, dedication, and a deep commitment to student success. His passion for serving the students and families of the community that he gets the amazing opportunity to work with at C.C. Spalding stands. It's evident in everything that he does. And so thank you so much, Dr. Farmer, for your leadership and your unwavering support to our scholars and staff. Next slide. April is Autism Acceptance Month, and as we amplify the voices and lived experience of our individuals with autism within our schools, communities, state, and nation, 1 in 36 children are diagnosed with autism, and many of those children who are diagnosed in our community are served right here in Durham Public Schools. So this month, during the month of April, we honor our amazing scholars with autism. Next slide. April is also Durham Public Schools School Library Month. Our media coordinators open doors to the worlds near and far for our scholars, sparking curiosity. Our social media has highlighted our media coordinators throughout the month, celebrating them for the magic that they bring to our scholars. And we certainly appreciate all the amazing things that our school librarians do each and every day. Next slide. And this month, another of the year winners is Creekside Elementary's Sally Winstead, our DPS Media Coordinator of the Year. Congratulations, Ms. Winstead. Certainly appreciate. Got some fans out there too. Oh, she's here. Hey. Congratulations. You're here. You're here in the flesh, right? Typically, it's just pictures, but you are here in the flesh. And so thank you so much, Ms. Winstead, for all the work that you do for our scholars over at Creekside. And we certainly appreciate the service to our scholars and our families, and also for exciting and creating the love of books and reading. You know, we often talk about the science of reading, but it's our school librarians that focus on the love of reading. So thank you so much for what you do. Yes. That was perfect. And I didn't know she was going to be here. So that's great. That's great. Next slide. Hot off the press, congratulations to Burton Magnet Elementary School. This is Burton's 8th consecutive year receiving this award. Eastway Elementary School and Lakewood Elementary School for being named the 24-25 Capturing Kids' Hearts National Showcase School Award recipient. Yes, we can clap for them. These schools are recognized for their excellence in creating safe and welcoming environments where students are relationally connected and eager to learn. And this award recognizes outstanding educators who are dedicated to making a difference in the lives of the children through training and character curriculum for our students. So congratulations to Dr. Boss, Dr. Teal, Ms. Jackson, their staff, and the students on this honor. Next slide. The great philosopher, I think it was DJ Khaled, said, all we do is win. So that's CC Spalding. So another congratulations to CC Spalding. We just announced yesterday our instructional assistant of the year, Therese Qualls from CC Spalding Elementary School. We surprised her yesterday, just before dismissal, as students lined the hallways. We celebrated her accomplishments, so congratulations again to Ms. Qualls over at CC Spalding Elementary School. Next slide. The Polaris Yearbook staff at Northern High School has been named the grand prize winner of the Turing Nationwide Graphic Design Competition. They're all in the details homecoming spread stood out among hundreds of entries across the country. Congratulations to Principal Alexander, Yearbook Advisor Lauren Castine, and the Polaris staff for this national recognition. So congratulations to Northern. Next slide. Congratulations to City of Medicine Academy student Lisbeth Luna Lopez. Lisbeth is one of 8 finalists for the 2025 North Carolina International Science Challenge and will present her research at the University of Nagoya in Japan this June. Wow. She completed her project entitled Adapting Green Solid Phase Peptide Synthesis Procedures Using HBTU as the Coupling Reagent. We all know what that's about, right? Through the North Carolina American Chemical Society Project SEED program at North Carolina State University. So congratulations, Lisbeth. Next slide. Congratulations to Forest View Elementary's team, Astronomical. There's a focus on that O there, so I know how to say that word, but it's Astronomical Odyssey for placing first place in the North Carolina Odyssey of the Mind State Tournament. Their stellar performance earned top scores, and now they're headed to the World Finals at Michigan State University in May. So congratulations, Forest View team. Next slide. DPS hosted some of our state legislators as part of Bring Your Legislators to School Day. I certainly want to thank Dr. Hauser and the students and staff at Easley for an outstanding program. We were all blown away by these scholars, their questions, their suggestions to our legislators, the passion, their advocacy for our teachers. All of that was certainly inspiring. So thank you, Dr. Hauser, for being so gracious to host and allowing us to show our legislators the important work that we do and how critical they are to that work. And I think one of the comments from our legislators was, wow, thank you. I didn't know that that's been helpful, and that will be helpful as they continue their work. Next slide. State Superintendent Maurice Green brought his Mo Wants to Know tour to Durham earlier this month. He visited our DPS Hub Farm, toured the culinary arts facilities at Northern High, and connected with students, staff, and community members. From meaningful conversation to tasty food prepared by our award-winning Northern Culinary Night scholars, it was a day full of learning, listening, and celebration. So thank you, Superintendent Green, for taking time to engage in our DPS community and the Northern Central region. Next slide. We are so proud to celebrate Board Member Bettina Umstead, one of our amazing board members, for being selected to serve on Governor Josh Stein's Advisory Council on Student Safety and Well-Being. This council brings together educators, mental health experts, and public safety leaders to tackle critical issues like school safety and the role of cell phones in classrooms. Bettina's voice and leadership will help shape safer, more supportive learning environments for all scholars across North Carolina. So thank you so much, Ms. Umstead, for representing Durham and putting students first. We know you'll do an amazing job there. Next slide. Thanks to our Crayons to Calculators volunteers who helped to pare down the amount of money that teachers spend on classroom supplies each year. On average, teachers spend about $400 a year on things like pencils, tissues, paper, and other resources to supply their classrooms. Crayons to Calculators and the Durham Public Schools Foundation hosted an open house on Tuesday morning for our community leaders and supporters. So a huge thank you to those who volunteered and attended to support our educators through this effort. Next slide. Seems like that's all we do in Durham Public Schools is win as well. So a huge, huge congratulations to Durham Public Schools Office of Public Affairs. Yes. You know, typically when you win a Grammy, they say Grammy award winner. So now when you refer to OPA, say award-winning OPA. So they brought home 19 awards from the North Carolina Schools Public Relations Association Blue Ribbon Awards. The award ceremony honored excellence in communication efforts completed in 2024. They even had to get some other people to help them in the picture hold all of their awards. So 3 awards for digital media engagement, 2 awards for excellence in writing, 1 for marketing, 2 for electronic media, 1 for photography, 3 for publications, 7 for special events and programs. And I hear at the ceremony they had photographers coming up to Tony asking, how do you get your pictures like this? And so he was providing, and these were veteran photographers across the state. So they were providing professional development at the same time. And I hear that Durham Public Schools is always one that different school districts flock to learn from. So I couldn't be more proud of our amazing award-winning Office of Public Affairs. It's huge kudos to our OPA team for their incredible work. Next slide. Missed a couple of slides. So this one, our Office of Federal Programs and Community Engagement will host its annual Family and Community Engagement Summit on Saturday, April 26th from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. This is a free event featuring a vendor fair, academic and social emotional sessions, and hands-on activities for children ages 5 through 12. So please join us. Next slide. May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and on Tuesday, May 6th, we are hosting a Safe Minds, Safe Schools Summit. We extended invitations to our sheriffs and police departments, as well as community partners, organizations, for an evening of meaningful dialogue with our administrators, educators, students, and families. Information is available on our website, and it will be shared directly with families with registration details. And we invite all of our community students as well to join us as we continue our efforts to create environments for a safe, welcoming, and inclusive environment. We will have an opportunity to hear directly from our students as they will tell us what they need to continue to feel safe in our schools. This past Monday, our cabinet participated in a retreat that focused on prioritizing buildings central offices, practices that support school leaders. And one of the 7 practices that we discussed at that retreat was centered around setting the expectation that schools are the central office's clients. And so we will continue that work throughout the year and flood that throughout this remainder of this school year and the upcoming school year. The Discovering Durham field trip with Carrington Middle School students, 6th grade students, was this past 3 days. And so this was a walking field trip that focused on discovering the rich history of Durham and is designed for students to learn about their community as well as practice ELG standards-based questions based on history. So a huge shout out and thank you to Carrington teacher Amanda McCall. She actually designed this field trip years ago, and it has certainly grown into something that all of our students look forward to yearly. And so thank you to Heather Althus for the invitation, and thank you to all of our parent volunteers, the Carrington staff, and other DPS staff, as well as Board Chair Rogers for volunteering to spend time with our scholars during this walking field trip. Next slide, and that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Colleagues, the next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval. I was notified at the last minute that Sheriff Burkhead is unable to attend tonight. Disappointed, and look forward to inviting him back in the future so that we can have a conversation about the partnership between DPS and the sheriff in terms of keeping schools safe, keeping our students safe, and keeping our educators safe. So I would ask that we remove that item from the agenda and ask if there are any other changes to the agenda that colleagues would like to see.
Madam Chair, I would ask that we consider moving item 5A, Public Consulting Group Medicaid Contract, under consent as a new item G.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I move that we approve the April 24th, 2025 agenda as amended.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Chavez to approve the April 24th, 2025 agenda as amended. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. It passes unanimously. Thank you. Awesome. Next item on our agenda is the monthly minutes from March 27th, 2025.
Move approval of the minutes as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to approve the minutes as presented from March 27th, 2025. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 The minutes are approved unanimously. Thank you so much. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. We have a long list of people signed up tonight. I appreciate everybody being here and hope that everyone will have an opportunity to share their thoughts with the board. We are setting a 30-minute time limit, and each person will have 1 minute. A quick review of the rules. Ms. Smith, will you set a 30-minute timer for us? A quick review of the rules. First, please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in a specified time. Tonight, that's 1 minute. When the yellow light comes on, you'll have 30 seconds left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we're very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, the board members will listen carefully, consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with the speakers. I'm going to ask that when I call people's names, that they'll come in and form a line at the podium so that we can get as many speakers in the amount of time that we have available. So we have Sarisha Dawson, Shanna Bellor, Elena Mena, Luis Mendez, Brian Alfaro Chavez, Alex Turner, Kenyi Faresiona Lunar.
Chair Rogers. Could we consider offering, remaining with 1 minute for each person, but continuing until we get through the list this evening? It looks like we have 48 people on our list this evening, so if we only allot 30 minutes, that's not enough time for everybody.
I would agree with that, as this is one of the only ways that people have access to sharing their comments publicly.
Thank you. State statute requires 30 minutes per month, and the policy allows the chair to make the decision. And I've requested a change to this policy since July. So we're going to do 30 minutes tonight. Please go right ahead.
Excuse
Thank
me,
you.
wait,
Can,
go ahead.
Good evening, board
My que-
members. My name is Sarisha Dawson, and I'm speaking to you as both a mother and an educator. On March 28th, we learned that something horrible happened to our child, who is nonverbal and lives with congenital muscular dystrophy, while in DPS after school. We were given no details. Days later, we were devastated to learn the truth, and not from the district, but from Durham Police Department Special Victims Unit. An IA was caught on video grabbing my son's arm and kicking his wheelchair, causing it to spin out. We are heartbroken and deeply shaken by the Fuller Building's failure to communicate with Caleb's family. We had to ask for a protective plan of care, something that should have been immediate. As a school leader, I understand that incidents do happen, but it is the response, the urgency, transparency, compassion that determines whether trust is broken or built. We are asking for district-wide review of how incidents involving nonverbal and disabled students are handled. Let's let my child's experience lead to change, not for him, but for every child who depends on him, on you guys to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shayna Balone, and I'm here with Student U and with Unboxed, DPS's Student Food Advocacy Council. Students are our #1 priority, and it's important their voices be heard, especially when it comes to food they eat that fuels their learning. Students are the patrons of school lunch. Without them, we would not have a school lunch program. Today, DPS students are going to talk about their experiences with school lunch.
Good evening. I'm Elena Mina with Student U and the Unboxed group, and I cede my time to Luis Mendez.
Evening. My name is Luis Mendez. I'm a DSA student with Unboxed and Student U, and I'd like to cede my time to Brian Alfaro Chavez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Brian Alfaro Chavez. I am a 9th grader at J.D. Clement Early College. I am part of Unbox, the district's Youth Food Policy Council. I'm here to advocate for better food. For most of my life, I have been a DPS student, and because of this, I know that DPS is open to student voices, and student voice advocacy. Let me lay out something for you all. Today, April 24th, my school ran out of food. Today, I had a generous cafeteria worker lend me their lunch. A month ago, my school also ran out of food. Keep in mind, this is during lunch hours. Fortunately, there was some leftover yogurt from breakfast. Imagine going 5 hours and multiple classes with only a Pop-Tart as fuel. Imagine receiving looks because your stomach was grumbling so loudly. Imagine not being able to focus properly because you were only allotted a sugar square for breakfast without any other nutritional value. This is the unfortunate truth with breakfasts. Food is an essential part of a student's day. I'm one of the many students who depend on their schools to provide them with healthy, nutritious, and appetizing breakfasts and lunches. I know that schools are doing a humanitarian service by providing students with food. So thank you. But it does not have to be either nutritious or delicious. Let me lay out something for you all. We, speaking in general here, healthy growing teens are given less sodium than what the USDA labels as those who are high risk. This criteria also included those with chronic kidney disease, hypertension, diabetes, etc. So our system is flawed, but what can be done? While it seems like hands are tied because of laws and regulations, the truth is if we go back to serving more scratch-made food in our schools, we can better regulate the taste and follow guidelines, therefore solving both problems. Another thing that can be done is allocating resources towards initiatives like the DPS Good Food Program, which advocates for fresher food in our schools. You can find more about them in the DPS website. Practice what you teach. What I mean by this is that DPS has already invested time, resources, and money towards teaching and training culinary art students and cafeteria managers about fresh food and how to handle it. We know the difference between healthy and fresh food versus nutrient blocks with preservatives. And I stress nutrient because most food options aren't even nutritious. For example, that Pop-Tart that I loved during breakfast. If this is taught to us, why isn't it served to us? Let our Durham Public Schools be the district that makes the permanent transition to more natural, healthier, and more delicious food for the better and for the future of food for all students. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Alex Turner. I'm with Student U and the Unbox Group, and I'm going to cede my time to Kenji Florencio Luna.
Good evening. My name is Kenji Florencio Luna. I'm a student at J.D. Clemson Early College High School, and I'm here today with Unbox and Student U, and I'd like to cede my time to Alejandro Marmolejo.
Good evening. I'm Alejandro Marmolejo, ninth grade student at Riverside High and part of Unbox, District 6 Youth Food Policy Council. I'm here to share some concerns regarding the quality of the school food and the future it may hold. Being a lifelong student at DPS, I've never had a singular moment in which I felt satisfied by the meals. It's not just me. I see my friends looking at the food being served daily with the lingering question, is it worth eating this? Every day. Even those who aren't served it remark on its poor quality. With the introduction of the DPS Good Food Program, an initiative that strives to serve high quality and local food to students at DPS, I felt as if the wishes of every student were fulfilled, but now that is at risk. Once I saw that DPS has ended its contract with First Hand Foods, a local meat distributor, connected by the DPS Good Food Program, I lost a bit of hope. When this happened, I started to see mystery meat paste being served as protein in conjunction with the Build Your Own menu, which is from the DPS Good Food Program, even though I thought DPS was beyond serving this nauseating item. When I saw this happen, I did not feel human. I felt much more rather like a statistic to prove that DPS is adequately providing food for students. DPS was taking a step in the right direction, yet they have retreated to acting frivolous despite food being an essential investment in the health of thousands. I heard that there are discussions related to renewal of a contract with First Hand Foods, yet I do not expect DPS to be committed to continue finding healthy and quality food for students like us. We need to take action. Action that invests in the health of the future, just as good food does for our students. What is the purpose of free meals if they aren't desirable to students? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kamaria Mason, and I'm a registered dietitian here supporting the students of Unboxed. You've heard from the students that the Good Food Program is important to DPS students. I urge you to support the Good Foods Program by intentionally funding and allocating an annual fixed percentage of the DPS budget to maintain a minimum of 75% of existing contracts with organizations like First Hand Foods and Red Hawk Farm, who provide local, sustainably sourced meat and protein. Secondly, as students are the heart of all that we do, I encourage you to support groups that amplify student voices. The Unboxed student message is clear. DPS can serve nutritious and delicious foods. Ultra-processed foods are high in preservatives and sodium. Let's support more scratch cooking. More scratch cooking equals less sodium. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashish Sharda, Jen Story, Amanda Baker, Lydia Benavos, Frederick A. Davis, Norma Patia, Jamie Smith, Ann Ayers, Sally Winstead.
Excuse me, before you go, I still have a question about the policy that we're referring to, about the time limit, because I'm not seeing where the chair has authority to grant a certain time limit. I do see it mentions a 30 limit 30-minute limit, but I don't see where that mandates that we have a 30-minute limit, and perhaps our lawyer, our attorney could weigh in.
Sure. So policy 2310 does reference that there will be a 30-minute limit on a 30-minute period set aside for the purpose of public comment at the beginning of the regular action meeting. So to waive that policy, I think would follow the normal process for waiving a board policy, which would be a motion and a vote, I believe, of 2/3.
I'd like to make a motion that we waive policy 2310 to allow for each person signed up for public comment to make comments of 1 minute in length. Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez and seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to waive Board Policy 2310 and allow everyone signed up to speak for 1 minute. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Umstead?
Yeah, I appreciate this motion. I think it's been our practice to allow everyone that's come to speak. And so if we are going to make a change, I don't suggest that. We need to make sure people have notice and are aware of what those changes are going to be. That's just want to make sure I add that. And I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 It passes unanimously. Go right ahead.
Thanks for the consideration. My name is Ashish Sharda. I'm a parent of a first grader and rising kindergartner at Creekside Elementary School, and I'll be ceding my time to Amanda Baker.
I'm sorry, you can only cede your time to the person right behind you. So that would be Jen Story.
Hi, I'm Jen Story. I'm also a parent of a first grader and a fourth grader at Creekside Elementary. I'll be ceding my time to Amanda Baker.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amanda Baker, a parent of 2 children at Creekside Elementary. Good evening. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I want to begin by acknowledging a difficult truth that we are all facing. There is a lack of funding at the state level, and this reality is having a direct, tangible impact on our local school districts, especially as we look ahead to budgeting for the 2025-2026 school year. With that said, we believe how we choose to allocate the resources we do have will determine how well we can serve our students. And right now, our priorities need to shift. We urge the board to prioritize school-based positions, the individuals who are face-to-face with students every single day. We understand there may be a reduction in force at central office, and we hope this does not trickle down to the school level. We also want to note, while we are top-heavy at the assistant superintendent and executive director levels, there are other departments, such as HR, that are stretched thin and cannot provide the level of support principals and schools need. While at the same time, our schools are left to navigate staffing shortages, growing class sizes, and increased student needs. One example is the projected allocation for classroom teachers in grades 4 and 5. Historically, the staffing formula has divided the projected number of students at each grade level by 21.5. Next year, the proposal shifts that ratio to 25 students per teacher. We understand that 21.5 may no longer be feasible, but 25 is too drastic. We propose a compromise, dividing by 23 or 23.5. It would be a better balance between physical responsibility and the reality of classroom management and effective instruction. In addition, we are deeply concerned about the lack of support for elementary MTSSs. There are no coordinator positions, no intervention teacher allocated. The roles are essential for identifying and addressing learning gaps early, and without them, students will fall further behind. The same is true for restorative practices. There is no elementary coordinator to support this critical work. If we are truly committed to equity and student well-being, we must invest in the systems that support behavior, relationships, and accountability. We also ask that you strengthen elementary EC services by providing instructional assistance for our exceptional children who are placed in general education settings. These students deserve equitable access and the support to thrive. Multilingual families also need stronger support. We urge you to expand the Multilingual Resource Center and increase the number of interpreters to improve communication, engagement, and access for all families. Please continue supporting media coordinators who are vital to literacy, technology access, and school culture. And finally, we recommend ending travel and professional learning conferences for non-school-based staff.
Hello, as the BT3 dance director at Club Boulevard, I am actively choosing to advocate for myself, my students, and my program. So how can I instill and inspire my students and I not speak at this meeting today? I believe dance must remain a core part of our students' education. Dance is not just movement, it's a tool for developing the whole child. It builds physical health, confidence, discipline, and emotional expression. Dance also supports academics. Movement helps with memory, focus, and pattern recognition, key skills in math, science, and literacy. Plus, it promotes equity by celebrating diverse culture and giving every student a voice. Dance teaches creativity, collaboration, and critical thinking. It supports social emotional growth, helping students express themselves through regulating their emotions and perseverance through challenges. Most importantly, dance teaches and reaches students who may not be connecting through traditional academics. It gives them a chance to shine, succeed, and feel seen. In short, dance is not a luxury or an extracurricular. It is a vital part of a well-rounded, high-quality education. Thank you.
I'm Frederick Davis. I represent several organizations. For 33 years, I've been a citizen here in Durham, North Carolina. I've been a former school board member of the Durham Public Schools, now a grandparent, 2 elementary school children. Used to be 3 until the system failed one of our grandchildren. So I say this quickly and to the point. As you prepare to vote on the budget before you, remember that there are citizens of more than one organization that you represent, and that there are more funding needs that must be a priority. And if we are to maintain a school system of excellence where children are first, and parents who must trust this system to send their children to you. So please keep in mind, now let the truth be known, Ethiopian proverb, when spider webs unite, they can tie up lions.
Good evening. I'm Norma Portillo, and I'm a Club Boulevard PTA president tonight, and I want to highlight 2 important points. First, I want to express my gratitude to the dedicated staff in our school cafeterias and the CEP and the good food programs. It is truly encouraging to see the significant increase in the numbers of students receiving a school's meal. At this time, this support is an invaluable lifeline for many families within our district, providing essential nutrition and easing financial burdens. Secondly, I want to address the vital dance program at Club Boulevard. This program, which has enriched the life of our students for over 2 decades, goes far beyond teaching dance technique. It fosters confidence, creativity, and physical health, and a strong sense of community among our children. At a time when our schools face challenges and changes, programs like dance are crucial for providing stability, joy, and opportunities for holistic.
Please keep CEP and dance program.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janie Smith. I'm a media coordinator at Spring Valley Elementary and a proud member of DAE, and I'm going to cede my time to Ann Ayers.
Hello. Hello, my name is Ann Ayers. I'm the media coordinator at W.G. Pearson Elementary, and I'd like to cede my time to Sally Winstead.
Hello, my name is Sally Winstead, and I stand before you with immense pride and gratitude as this year's recipient of the Leonard Award, naming me Durham Public Schools Media Coordinator of the Year. It is truly an honor and a privilege to receive this award, and I could not have achieved it without the incredible Creekside community, the support of my school administration, the talented, hardworking media coordinators across DPS, and of course, your continued support. Today, I'm not here just to celebrate my own recognition. I want to take this opportunity to show you why I believe I earned this award, not as an exception in our district, but as one of many. I am just one example of the dedication, effort, and passion that media coordinators bring into our schools every single day. At Creekside Elementary and DPS, I wear many hats. I serve on our school's leadership team. I am also on our school's tech champion, splitting this role with another wonderful educator. On average, I spend 5 to 10 hours a week assigning and repairing laptops and supporting school-wide technology needs. I coach our Battle of the Books team, which meets weekly throughout the year. I have the joy of inspiring 4th and 5th graders to read an incredible collection of books and work together as a team. I also serve as a media lead for elementary schools across the district. For 2 years now, I've helped run monthly meetings, support other media coordinators with cataloging, inventory, and lesson planning. And most importantly, I help create a space where we mentor and uplift one another. And underneath all of that is my heart. I am the media coordinator at Creekside Elementary School. I've served in this role for 8 years and have been an educator for 20. Each week, I teach 27 classes, 45 minutes each, reaching 580 students, I think around there. And during that time, we dive into literacy and research skills, critical thinking, and the joy of storytelling. And yes, we check out books. We are currently at 15,000 books checked out. Please know I do not say all of this to boast. I know the work I put in every day, and I'm incredibly proud of it, but I need you to understand I am not alone. I am not the exception. Across our district, media coordinators are doing the same work and more every single day. We are leaders, educators, tech support, coaches, mentors, and champions for literacy. The role of the media coordinator is vital. We cannot afford to take steps backward. Our positions, our resources, our staffing levels, they are not optional. They are essential to the success of our students and the smooth functioning of our schools. I urge you, continue supporting us, ensure that every high school has
Caroline Herbert, Alexandra Cody, Kim Gugino, Jenny Umberger, Love Anderson, Jennifer Johnson, Daniel Kemp, Micah Hunter Tweetmeyer, Millie Rosen, Sonia Lopez.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Herbert. I'm one of the media coordinators at Hillside High School, and I cede my time to Alex Cody.
Good evening. My name is Alex Cody. I'm the proud media coordinator at Southwest Elementary and a proud NCDAE member, and I cede my time to Kim Gugino.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Lewis. I'm Kim Gugino, the high school media coordinator at Durham School of the Arts. As we wind down celebration of National School Library Month, I want to take a moment to reflect on what is necessary for full and robust library media services and programs that promote literacy, support all curricula, and develop and honor the varied needs and interests of the children we serve. Media coordinators are certified educators. We build reading levels, teach research and digital citizenship, co-plan with teachers, and create safe spaces for students to explore their identities, interests, and voices. As one of DPS's media leads, I have observed that thriving media centers have two things in common: full access to their budgets as allocated by the board and protected time to do our job. At DSA, we are very lucky to have supportive administrators who provide both. Thank you for historically placing money where we say our priorities are by funding libraries and library personnel. As you are making tough budget decisions for the upcoming year, please continue to fund our libraries and keep 2 media coordinator positions at the secondary and high school levels so that we can continue to provide exceptional resources and services to our students. During the work session earlier this month, Ms. Umstead wondered aloud about the impact of the 15% reduction in funding for our libraries. This reduction resulted in the loss of approximately 175 books at DSA, which roughly equates to the amount necessary to purchase all of the middle and high school books needed to run our Battle of the Books programs. For schools that do not have full access to their board allocated funds, they may not be able to run a Battle of the Books program next year with these cuts, as books are purchased in the spring for the coming year. If Battle of the Books titles were spared at a school, such as at DSA, some other specific need had to be reduced or eliminated. At DSA, we were unable to fully fund to support fine arts and sports books, which was an area of focus in our 5-year collection development plan. I hope you've been able to read about some of the amazing media coordinators highlighted in the DPS Spotlight on Excellence for School Library Month. If you have not yet had an opportunity to see Sally Winstead, our Media Coordinator of the Year and one of our elementary media leads in action, you are missing out. She is a shining example and a true spark of excellence in DPS. These professionals, along with all of the other amazing media coordinators throughout the district, continue to step up to curate collections, develop and teach lessons, collaborate with staff, and manage programs. But we can't keep doing all of that if our roles are absorbed into unrelated responsibilities like technology and testing, or positions are eliminated. Tonight, I'm asking you to protect dedicated media coordinator positions and preserve full funding for our school libraries, because if
Hello again. I'm Jenny Umbarger, the middle school librarian at DSA, finishing my 28th year in education, all in Durham Public Schools. And this is my 24th year as a school library media coordinator. I'm also a proud member of DAE. Proposed Senate Bill 511, Information Literacy Skills in Schools, requires that the state BOE adopt standards for age-appropriate instruction on information literacy for K-12 students, which will go into effect next school year if it also passes in the House. The standards identified in this bill include instruction in such things as the research process, how to use information sources, methods of research, how to access peer-reviewed print and digital library resources, and the ethical production of information. The bill also states that PSUs shall consult with library media personnel when developing curriculum for the information literacy standards. Eliminating school library media positions now, with SB 511 on the horizon, would do a disservice to our students, staff, and district as a whole. We need dedicated, trained professionals.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Johnson, and I'm proud member of DAE, and I cede my time to Daniel Kemp.
Daniel Kemp, DAE. I cede my time to Micah Hunter Tweetmeyer.
Good evening, Micah Hunter Tweetmeyer, Durham Public Schools educator of 17 years and president of the Durham Association of Educators. Over the past 2 weeks, the union has met with all 7 school board members to discuss our 9 urgent spring demands and proposals. We would have liked to have been conducting this process through meet and confer with the district administration. We know that the district administrators are the ones with all the information and are the ones who should have been in those conversations. We also know we've been working on this for almost 2 years to finalize meet and confer, and there are still some important parts of the policy that need to be resolved before we can bring it back to our membership. We have made it known to Dr. Lewis that it is very important for our members that we meet with him to finish the process and create a final version of the policy. Dr. Lewis, you are invited, along with your DPS administration, to a public meeting in May. Our team has reserved the evenings of May 13th, 14th, and 15th. At this meeting, we will discuss the union's proposals that the majority of school board members committed to moving forward, including Article 3, no collaboration with ICE, Article 5, full restoration of master's pay, Article 6, printed contracts, Article 7, collective grievance policy and representation during the grievance procedure, and potentially modifying the meet and confer policy. You may have noticed that there has been a lack of collective celebration with regards to the meet and confer policy that was passed on the 10th. While we are proud of the amount of progress we have made on this policy this school year, our members are shocked, frustrated, and disappointed with how things went. As you know, we have a serious concern about the 6% threshold undermining worker democracy and the integrity of the process. Also, being completely cut out of the discussion on the 10th felt really disrespectful after all of our members' hard work and dedication to developing a policy that we could be happy with. And there being a surprise vote on the policy despite multiple board members expressing interest in a higher threshold and/or mediation felt needlessly divisive. Board members also had little time to review the draft that was voted on, and there were untracked changes in Section B2 that make the policy completely unworkable for us. The process of finalizing the policy without us and having these untracked changes will make it very challenging to celebrate the policy together and begin to reunite our district. Having said this, I believe it is critical and possible for us to figure out a way to finalize the policy more collaboratively and reach a conclusion to this saga that we can all feel good about and celebrate together. I think we are positioned to do that. We look forward to meeting with you in May.
Millie Rosen, 7th grade math teacher at DSA, proud union member of DAE, ceding time to Sonia Lopez.
I'm Sonia Lopez, social worker, and I'm ceding my time to Nada Ghosh.
Hi, I'm Ananda Ghosh.
You're not next.
That's
Amanda Clark, Amanda. Oh, I'm
Ghosh.
sorry. That's you.
Yeah, that's me.
Thank you.
All right. Can I have my time back?
He's gonna restart the clock.
All right, thank you. I'm Ananda Ghosh, 10-year DPS employee, 13-year DPS student. I'm with DAE. I'm on the Meet and Confer team. We've all met recently. I want to thank y'all. I want to thank you for taking worker voice seriously. The contrast between what was portrayed on Monday's Spark Mail and what we can see in tonight's budget presentation is stark. Y'all must have been working hard behind the scenes because you must want the extra information that the rest of the DPS workers and Durham community want to know before y'all vote on this budget. In this late hour, we do have that new information. New to the budget book tonight is a breakdown of how many positions the administration is planning on funding and cutting for next year. DPS is budgeting for 27 more directors and supervisors compared to last year, while cutting 9 assistant principal positions and 112 teacher positions at the least. Administration is trying to frame these maneuvers as reallocations, but these are frontline cuts. Schools are losing positions, students are losing caring adults. This will affect the classroom. To be clear, I'm not talking about the 27 central office positions that are being cut. It's commendable to cut those positions. Just happens to be the same number as the 27 extra directors and supervisors that were not on the books before. I also commend the new finance team for finding this all out. This new information confirms in plain numbers what the Durham community has long suspected. DPS is so top-heavy, the administration can barely keep track of who they're paying to not be with kids. Our administrators ask classified and certified employees year by year to take turns getting raises, asking for patience, asking for sacrifice, while directors and supervisors take their salaries off the books. As many of you remind us all the time, we work for children. The decision on whether to vote tonight or not for this budget is about children. You use state allocations to justify these frontline cuts, but we know the state only pays for 25% of those 101 proposed directors and supervisors, which is more than the 86 assistant principals y'all are trying to leave us with. Let's put workers back in.
You're Love, right?
Yes, Love Anderson.
Okay. Welcome to the podium. Sorry, we skipped you somehow, but welcome. Go ahead.
My name is Love Anderson, and I am a former Durham Public Schools teacher, and I'm the founder of Breastfeed Durham. 19 years ago, I began teaching in Durham Public Schools. 14 years ago, I returned to work nearly 14 years ago to this day to pump on the bathroom floor of the teacher's bathroom to create milk for my preemie. I was desperate to be able to feed him, and I was struggling. During standardized test time, I got mastitis, and when talking to my colleagues about how they do this, they said, honey, we all wean by the time standardized tests come. 10 years later, I became a peer-to-peer lactation support provider. I founded Breastfeed Durham, and every August I had teachers crying about going back to work. But today marks a change. Today, Durham Public Schools will proclaim their support of lactating teachers and students and even parents coming into the classroom. Today, we know change takes time, but I'm very grateful for your support.
Lisa Girardi, Caroline Brickhouse, Angela Ebron, Asia Pope, Angel Parkstone, Christy Clem, Kelly Mumford, Charles Faulkner, Tachina Clay.
Hi, Lisa Girardi, DAE, and I cede my time to Caroline Brickhouse.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Lewis. My name is Caroline Brickhouse. I'm a DPS parent, Durham taxpayer, proud DAE member, current DPS employee, and former DPS Teacher of the Year. As Board Member Tab would say, I am a stakeholder with quite a bit of stake in the success of our district. I'm here because there were many things said during last month's board meeting and the recent public meetings between the board and DAE that have given me pause. Most importantly, the possibility of a budget proposal being passed this evening, despite this board not having all of the necessary information to make the most informed decisions that also fulfill the needs of DPS employees and Durham voters. We have now dealt with 2 years of monetary issues due to budget mismanagement. Enough is enough. I want to respectfully and firmly remind each board member here tonight that it is your democratically elected duty to do your due diligence and thoroughly question and scrutinize any budget proposal brought to you by the DPS administrative team before you vote to pass it. Questioning Dr. Lewis and his team and seeking all necessary information prior to passing this budget proposal, as well as its transparency, is in no way an affront or an establishment of a lack of trust in him or his team. It is your responsibility. Placing trust in previous leadership is what got us into this mess. To the newly elected board members, I urge you to learn from past board mistakes because our students, families, all DPS employees, and your future in politics depends on it.
Hi, I'm Angela Ebrin, DAE, and I am ceding my time to Asia Pope.
Hi, I'm Asia. I am a DPS classified worker for the past 17 years. I'm an elected representative of DAE's Meet and Confer team, and I also work another full-time job, which I had to take off to be here tonight. I'm here to talk about what it means to have budget transparency and what it looks like to treat workers with respect and dignity. Board members, this budget request is not ready to be voted on tonight. At our meetings this month, you acknowledge that there are huge questions about our district's finances. Why did we just find out this week that the budget calls for $1 million to fund 27 more directors and supervisors downtown, while also calling for a pay freeze for classified workers like me and cuts to hundreds of school-level positions? What can I expect next year? Will I still need to work a second full-time job? And what money is in the bank? Why are you scheduled to vote on this budget despite the massive unanswered questions? Without these answers, there can't be budget transparency, no accountability, and no collaboration. Without those things, none of us can know whether this budget is really prioritizing what our students need most. Tonight, you can vote blindly on another budget that will leave students and classified workers in turmoil. Or you can delay this vote, commit to real transparency, demand answers to these questions, and collaborate with workers. Lastly, I want to address Dr. Lewis. We've invited you to another meeting, and I look forward to your RSVP. When you walked out of the meeting on March 25th, I felt disrespected. I honestly expected better leadership from you. I expected for you to treat us as well as you treated your workers in Lawrence. Since that meeting, all 7 board members actually listened to the union's
Please email us the rest of your comments.
I'm Angel Parkstone, 28-year veteran, and I am exceeding my time to Christy Clem.
Hello, Christy Clem, physical therapist, classified employee, DAE. Here enough, I'm waiting to be invited to dinner with somebody. But I do want to ask, what is DPS's commitment to classified employees? Last board meeting, we again heard it said that classified may not move up to schedules. I know we'll get our year of step experience because we've worked 6 months this past year. but second year in a row of wait and see what the state does for you in the fall. I want to know what DPS is going to do for us now. Current salary schedules have increased the compression and lowered the max pay for different positions. Haven't been able to compare all the positions because that list of old pay grades to new pay grades that I've asked for in multiple ways, multiple times, still never got. But I spent my holiday last weekend calling classified to find out what was your old grade, check your pay stub, give me your new grade. Let me try to compare on my own. You've heard me say veterans are going to be frozen. It's way more than veterans. You've seen some of this information the last week, but for IAs, anyone on step 1 through 21 will be frozen between 1 and 19 years for what our current pay is to our Erie schedules. I believe that's what's referred to as held harmless. Admin assistant, step 1 to 13, frozen for 1 to 19 years. I would have to go back and look to see where in that range it falls. 1 to 27 for CNS, they're frozen because current pay is higher than Erie scales. And now we're talking about freezing all 40% of classified employees 1 more year. Current pay compared to Erie maxes. IAs are going to cap out at year 22. No career raises after that. Nurses, they're capping out at year 15. OTs, PTs, 19. This is comparing.
Bumford, ECIA at Cope, in the Cope program, Murray Massenburg, DAE member, member of the Meet and Confer team. I cede my time to Charles.
My name is Charles Faulkner. I'm part of Southwest Transportation. I could cede my time to Sheena Clay.
My name is Tashina Clay, and I'm a safety assistant bus monitor from Southwest Division. I'm a proud DAE member. I've been a monitor for 4 years on an EC bus. We're supposed to get paperwork that we never get that can tell us about the appropriate accommodations for our EC students. But I have 12 students in the morning from the EC program. I have 10 from the elementary, and in the afternoon from the high school, I have 22. We're the first places the students see in the morning and the last before they go home. They share about what's happening in school, things they like and the things they don't like. Right now, they are overwhelmed with testing. So I help them stay calm, and I also help the older kids find work in the summer to keep them busy. The hardest part of my job this year was seeing the fear that my immigrant families are facing because of the uncertainty of the ICE and their immigration status. That's been a couple of times when the parents refused to come outside to meet us at the bus stop. We couldn't let the kids off the bus. Basically, about all of them from the elementary school, except for a few. Either the parents will crack the door and immediately shut the door, or they'll have an older sibling come to the bus stop. People shouldn't have to live that way. I can tell the students feel jittery and scared because of what their family is experiencing. That's why I'm proud to be part of the union where we fight for our staff and our students and families. DPS needs to adopt the DAE's no collaboration and ICE policy now so that our families don't have to live in fear. Instead of creating more positions downtown, show those of us who work with students every day that we value. Tonight, we need you to take action. We need a budget that includes safety assistance and monitors in a $200 a month transportation supplement, and we don't need a classified pay freeze. We need a 2% local salary increase for our classified workers. When we fight, we win. Thank you.
Sonia Talheimer, Retha Daniel Rudy, Tabitha Katz, Aiden Mendoza, Kayla, sorry, I can't read your handwriting. Maybe it starts with a C or an L. Lincoln Harrington, Ezra Norberg, Owen Ambrose, Melanie Smith, Alyssa Platt.
Hey, I'm Sonia Tallheimer, and I cede my time to Retha.
My name is Rita Daniel Ruth, and I'm a bus driver, and I'm conceding my time to Tabitha Capps.
Hi, my name is Tabitha, and I'm a proud DAE member and a bus monitor for Southwest Transportation. My driver is Mr. Walker from Bus 29. We are a team, and we transport EC students from Southwest Elementary. Our students are amazing and special. They've touched my heart, and I want to continue to be a positive role model to them. The parents support us and see how we take care of their students, and DPS should see that as well. When I started working for DPS, I was working in the office, answering the telephone, and I made $19 an hour. Now that I work with parents and students, I make just $17.50. Do you think that children who have autistic and special needs are not worthy? I think they are, and so do my coworkers, and that's why I'm here. I've always wanted to care for people with special needs, and I feel like I was guided to do this. I go above and beyond to make people with special needs feel like they're the same as everyone else, and we are teachers and aides all at once. I have 15 special needs students on my bus, and they all want my attention. I ping pong through the bus, pumping them up and communicating with parents. I am an important part of their lives. Just this week, there was a shooting at McDougal, and one of my students came on the bus and her mom was crying. I bought her a card and flowers, and we've got 2 students at a shelter. I got them Easter gifts. They hugged me, and they were so happy, and I do it because I care. They trust me, and I listen to them. And one student's been singing on the bus every day, and I tell her, I'm going to go to your graduation to hear your song, and we make it a fun, safe environment that really captures their imagination and tune into their heart and of their individual needs and talents. So what about my individual needs? If you treat people what they're worth and acknowledge our work, then people will stay longer. I love my job, I really do, and I'm not planning to leave. But there may come a time when coworkers and I can afford to stay. So tonight, we're just asking you to pass the budget that includes bus monitors and the transportation supplement of $200 a month that includes the 2% classified pay raises. 15-cent step increases just aren't enough. And I thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Aiden Mendoza. Kayla is next, if y'all will come on up. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Ada Mendoza, and I'm here representing DSA Sunrise. When we met with many of you one-on-one, you asked us to assess the feasibility of the Green New Deal resolution and how we can make it more fit for our district. So we have spent the last 2 months doing just that. We met with Jonathan Klein from Undaunted K-12, the CEO of a national climate education organization, to learn about what he believes our district is capable of accomplishing. We met with the Sunrise Hub leader from Denver, Colorado, where they were able to successfully pass a Green New Deal. We met with your chief operating officer, Larry Webb, to get a sense of what is being done at DPS buildings right now to make them more sustainable. After that, we met with DPS purchasing and logistics manager, DJ Lynch and Mrs. Blake Reed, to understand what the plan was for the new DSA building. We have done all we can to determine feasibility. Now this is all on you to work with us to create a plan. Thank you.
So I think the next person in line was Kayla Cabrera. She is not able to be here since she had to leave early. So I am the next up, Lucia Harrington.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Hello, my name is Lucia Harrington. I'm here with Sunrise DSA. First, I'm so inspired by all of the educators who care so much about us. Please listen to them. Today, you all are deciding on budget. I would like to talk about money and climate policy. Money will always be an issue. Money is also a big reason it's easy to dismiss us and our demands as unreasonable, unrealistic, and not a top priority. I would like to offer 2 alternative perspectives. Switching to renewable energy saves you money. Efficiency saves you money, and those funds can go towards teachers' salaries and other things that you need it for. And not everything we're proposing requires significant funding. You have staff, educators, community members who care. With what you have, you can educate students about climate change earlier and more in depth. You can make sure there are opportunities for students to learn about jobs and careers in one of the fastest growing sectors. You
Hello, my name is Ezra Norberg. I'm a member of Riverside's Sunrise Club, but I'm here on behalf of DSA Sunrise Club. As we have met with you all, we've been instructed to meet with operations and to figure out the logistics of this plan. And as you have heard earlier, we are willing to put in that effort, we are willing to make a plan, but what we need first is a resolution. A symbol, a signed promise from you all that you're willing to support and collaborate with us on this effort. Having this resolution signed will give us the authority and the initiative we need to meet with officials and progress in climate advocacy, not the other way around. We might be facing challenges, but that doesn't mean we are incapable of doing anything. Our district needs to promise to do what it can. We need you to sign a Green New Deal. It's a promise to make a plan. We'd like to work with you. We can organize a student board coalition that can work together to create and plan the execution of a climate action plan. But we need you to show that you care, that you want to work with your students, that you want to work. Okay.
Hey y'all, my name is Owen Ambrose. I'm with DSA Sunrise. Thank you all for listening to our comments tonight. As I speak, we are sending you an email with a digital copy of the finance packet, which is a packet describing the financial viability of climate policy, another copy of our resolution, although I hope you guys have read that, and a request that you all come with us within the coming week with the next step in how to revise and pass this resolution. We have provided you with the document, we have provided you with the resources, we've shown that our students care, and we need is action and progress from you all. We know you all are busy, but we want to value your time, and the most productive change students can make can only happen after this resolution is passed. We are holding a study-in protest on May 1st in coordination with the 50-51 and the May Day movement protests taking place across Durham. We will be in Durham's main plaza, sitting in school desks, holding signs, leading chants, informing people about the Green New Deal. I don't have enough time, but thank you for your time. We'd also like to say that we are completely in support of all the demands of DAE and all the staff and community members who are here, just like us, for the betterment of DPS. Thank you all for your time. I have this. I'm gonna give it.
Melanie Smith.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, my name is Melanie. I'm in the 5th grade, and I'm here to spread autism awareness. At my school, people don't know how to act towards people who don't look like them. They'll hurt you, they'll mock you, and run. And I want to change that. We are all the same, learn the same things, and breathe the same air. Stop treating people different. It doesn't matter if you're black, white, brown, autistic, or not autistic. We are all people, and I would also like to talk about bullying. If you have been doing that, think twice. And if you see this happening, step up. Don't let them push you and stand up. The planet doesn't need any more hate speech. All we have to do is accept people for who they are.
Thank you.
Alyssa Platt, am I in right order? Okay. Hi, my name is Alyssa Platt. I'm the parent of a 4th grader and 2nd grader and a rising kindergartner at Club Boulevard Elementary. I'm also the PTA secretary. I'm here tonight to ask you to please work with us to preserve our award-winning dance program. Dance has been an integral part of Club's curriculum and culture for over 20 years now, and it is part of the fabric of who we are as a school community. Club is a Title I school that, through the course of growing together, has gained a wonderful DLI program, only accessible to a maximum of 25% of its population. And in the course of that has also lost an ESL teacher, our dean of students, a classroom teacher, and reduced social work support. Now we stand to lose our dance program. Though we understand and support the goals of growing together, the school board must recognize that just as every child has things that make them unique, so do school communities. Dance is something we love and is part of what makes us special. Please, please work with us to preserve this program. It is much easier to destroy something that is working well than it would be to rebuild it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is consent.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second. Been moved by Ms. Byard and seconded by Ms. Umstead to approve the consent agenda items. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, use the same sign. Passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is a proclamation of support for infant feeding practices in Durham Public Schools.
So I can introduce this. I just wanted to say, thank you.
My apologies. I didn't see your name, sorry.
Oh,
I
that's
would've-
okay.
I would have acknowledged you if I'd seen that.
Okay. It was
I'm
on,
sorry, it's not on the Précis. There's no Précis.
there was a Pracies, but it didn't get uploaded, but that's okay.
Okay.
But, this proclamation was brought to us by Breastfeed Durham, and so I want to thank them, for, working with us on this, and thank you to Love Anderson who spoke on behalf of Breastfeed Durham, earlier. And we also wanted to place this on the agenda at this time because this is National Minority Health Month. So an appropriate time to recognize all the supports that Durham provides for lactating parents. So with that, we can go ahead and read it and start with Ms. Umstead.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Proclamation of support for infant feeding practices in Durham Public Schools. Whereas families are the priority in the Durham Public Schools, and part of helping families to thrive is ensuring that there is employer and community support to develop and sustain healthy lifestyles.
Whereas, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, American Academy of Family Physicians, and other leading health organizations, human milk is the optimal food for infants, and
Whereas breastfeeding and chest feeding benefits the entire family and is associated with lifelong health for children, including social emotional development and lower rates of childhood illness such as obesity, diabetes, and infectious diseases, as well as maternal benefits such as a reduced risk of maternal breast and ovarian cancers and a faster recovery from childbirth. And
Whereas providing adequate time and comfortable lactation spaces that are clean and not bathrooms to nurse or express their milk supports our teachers, students, and staff to continue to breastfeed and chest feed and offer express milk when they return to work or school. And
whereas providing a written policy and sharing it with employees and families reflects our commitment to promoting and supporting breastfeeding, chest feeding, and human milk feeding. And
whereas encouraging schools to include breastfeeding, chest feeding, and human milk feeding curricula as outlined in the North Carolina Standard Course of Study normalizes breastfeeding by providing learning opportunities and books that illustrate nursing animals and babies. And
whereas providing sufficient refrigerated space ensures that all lactating teachers, staff, and students in our schools are able to properly and safely store their milk. And
I'm sorry, y'all. Whereas providing a family-friendly, I got too many tabs open. Whereas providing a family-friendly environment includes actively inviting breastfeeding and chest feeding families to volunteer at our schools and welcoming them to nurse their babies. And
whereas by providing a supportive and welcoming environment, lactation-friendly schools encourage families of all races, ethnicities, and family structures to initiate and continue optimal infant feeding and nursing.
well, thank you all very much. And I'll just note one last thing, which is that Durham Public Schools did achieve the step 10 of the breastfeeding family friendly community initiative. So Breastfeed Durham has information about that on their website, which you'll find is kind of in line with what we have here in this proclamation. And this is just one important way that we support our staff and our students. So thank you all. And
Is there a motion?
I move that we approve this proclamation.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Harold Goff, seconded by Ms. Umstead to approve the proclamation for infant feeding practices in Durham Public Schools. Is there any further discussion? I will say thank you to Breastfeed Durham, Ms. Chavez, for bringing this proclamation. As a mother and parent that had to pump in a stock room, I continue to be triggered by the fear of somebody walking in on me or other concerns of not being able to provide for my own child. I look forward to helping to ensure that this is adequately addressed in Durham because it was not at Duke. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Same sign. It passes unanimously. Thank you all. The next item on our agenda is the 25-26 recommended budget. Mr. Teeter, thanks for joining us.
Yes, Chair Rogers, board members, and Dr. Lewis, I'm especially excited to be up here. I've been itching to get up here for the past 30 minutes during public comments. And so look forward to sort of talking through this presentation, touching on some questions, and it appears also touching on some misinformation tonight. So looking forward to bringing some further clarity. So I think before I go into the presentation, just maybe wanted to touch on a few things that feel pertinent and that are important. And so I think everyone that spoke in public comments tonight shared their background, their connections to Durham, their histories. And so I will share my history in this piece of the puzzle and in the profession. And so I've been in Durham since November 4th as your chief finance officer. And in the course of my career, have been a finance officer in various sizes of districts across North Carolina through different periods of time, and also had the privilege to serve as a consultant for 27 districts in North Carolina of varying sizes and degrees with different challenges. And some of those, that's been a really great privilege for me, and some of those assignments were very difficult and included districts that were seized by the state of North Carolina and the State Board of Education due to partly their financial challenges and things that they had to work through, and folks that were unable to work together. I was very proud to be part of those solutions and pulling things together, and I'm very proud to be part of this difficult puzzle here in Durham. And so we've heard a lot of concerns about transparency or lack thereof, or what kind of conversations are we having or are we not having. That's all we've talked about for 6 months. Is the status of the finances in Durham. And there is certainly a lot more that we do in finance beyond the budget, right? And we had some interesting conversations today about the work that we do with accounting and supporting our school treasurers and the purchasing functions and all sorts of areas that we focus on. But this budget has been sort of my work for the past 6 months. One, unpacking, in some cases on live TV, where we stand in the current year in Durham Public Schools. You can't get much more transparent than that. I lost count of how many microphones were in front of Dr. Lewis and I just a few months ago when we unraveled what the challenges were. And we've made available, as we move into thinking about the next year, we've made available every line item of the Durham Public Schools budgets. And not every district does that. Every district goes about it in different ways. And some districts keep it a very high level overview where they talk through what it's going to cost. So the first 20 pages of this book basically is what a lot of districts do. And then, and then there are others like Durham who go through this exercise of making every line item available. We literally open the books. And as we have gotten questions along the way, we have responded to every question that we received about the budget book, whether it has been from the Durham Association of Educators, right? We received a very compact list of 6 questions seeking understanding about a variety of things, and we answered those. And as of this board meeting, we've answered every question that we've gotten from individual board members. And so I'll echo what we heard in the public comments earlier from the one speaker that challenged you to do your homework and ask the tough questions of us. You've done that. And we celebrate that, and we were excited to be partners in that, and we welcome it as a staff. We're very open to the tough questions. And I think it was also accurate in that same comment that is in part is why we're here. So we have talked about that for the past few months. With the budget book that was developed for Durham last year had some gaping holes that we had to solve and address, including, so let's do that. So I think that's a perfect segue into my first slide. And so
yeah, but before you do, as you were talking about your journey, I think one point that I want to point out in terms of how you approach this work as well, not just as someone who has a significant and a tremendous amount of experience in the finance world, but you enter that field of education as a teacher.
Yes.
And so that's hugely important to keep in mind. You know, you don't often get CFOs that have once been a teacher.
Yeah.
And so that's important in terms of how you approach this work. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I was going to touch on that in the other presentation as well, but right, and I will say that I relate to the speakers tonight because I was a teacher during a very difficult economic time in North Carolina. And so we were, and really the country, right? So it was the last Great Recession, and we were on the heels of making very difficult choices in North Carolina. And I saw in my first year as a teacher, 40 of my colleagues lose their jobs. And my job was protected because I worked at the alternative school. And I think the decision makers at that time said, hey, if these folks are willing to work at the alternative school, we're going to let them keep working with those students. And so I've experienced that, and you know, and at that time, master's pay was very pertinent to my time in the classroom as well. It was when the state started having those conversations about taking it away, and so totally get it. And so I do carry that, you know, as I think about this work, and as someone who had 6 preps every day and worked with middle and high school children who needed that extra help. Yeah, so thank you for bringing that on track. Finance has been such a big part for a long time that that's where I jumped to. So just wanted to kind of pick up a reminder of the budget history, right? Just sort of on this trajectory of transparency. And so on the next slide, we just sort of list out a reminder of the issues that we uncovered as a new administration, and just things primarily that were missed in the last book that we've rectified in this current year's budget, and have built a clean base budget for the building block to next year. And so those positions and vacancies on that top row, right? Last year's budget book was missing 315 positions in Durham Public Schools. And so this is really sort of married also to some of the public comments we heard tonight. And there was a really keen focus on central office and downtown and central office administrators. And that's fair. I was critical of that when I was a teacher as well. I didn't understand the work they did and things of that nature. And so I think it's important to note, right, that we had to accurately reflect in this book the number of positions that are in the district and where they are and what types of people they are and things of that nature. And those positions were not corrected correctly in previous books, right? This is a category that was not correct, the director roles that we heard a lot about tonight. And so I can understand as an outsider looking in, it would be very easy to infer there's been a surge in directors at central office. And so what I'm asking for, I think, just from all stakeholders is that moving forward, and as I'm your finance officer and you have the current budget team, this budget book we're looking at now is your new measuring stick. It's your new goalpost for measuring us moving forward, because we know this data is clean and we're able to stand on that. And so just recognizing the work that we did to bring things in line with the reality in our documentation. So, but it's a fair question that was asked, and I wanted to make sure I addressed that because it was very important to a lot of our comments tonight, and some of the written questions that we got. So they were certainly a part of this category of things. And as we have worked through the allotment process with Dr. King and Ms. Hager in HR, we continue to sort of unpack decisions that happened behind the scenes that have shed light on some of these variables, just decisions that have been made around adding certain enhancements to elementary schools and other positions that were not budgetary considerations, and they were sort of find the money moments with staff. And so we've, so it makes more and more sense. The deeper I get into the work, it makes more and more sense how things got to where they were with that. And so I eerily calm because it makes sense now. Other categories we see, right, that were just under budgeted. And we heard some comments about child nutrition tonight, right? And so this was an area that was of concern budget-wise. And I am thrilled with the child nutrition director in Durham Public Schools. The work that he has done in the last couple of months has been tremendous to bring that program back in line with its financials. And we're on track for next school year that we're not going to have to provide him local support, right? And they're going to be able to stand on their own 2 feet as a program for the first time in several years. And so it was almost night and day, sort of the changes after we saw the restructuring with that program. It was night and day with Jim Keaton back in the driver's seat of child nutrition. So I just want to give him that praise because that's very hard work. Child nutrition director is very difficult work, and I would not want to do it. And so, so again, we've just got these other categories that you all are intimately aware of. And it's just, these are all things we had to tidy up. And we've been transparent about what we found. And then we've talked about some of our short-term solutions that we put in place in order to survive this year and not have to make difficult decisions around compensation mid-year. We were able to manage this through reducing supply allotments and service allotments and things of that nature. And we really tried to shield people in the short term to get through this year. Some of the things that we did this year, we're not going to be able to do next year. We're not going to be able to lean on Mackenzie Scott next year. We're not going to be able to lean on indirect cost revenue that we assessed from ESSER funds and other sort of balancing acts that could help us on a one-time basis, right? So we've had to, in tandem with this year's challenges, think about next year and how do we solve a long-term problem. And so we see some solutions that have come forward, and we heard some public comments about some of those solutions tonight, and I'm going to talk about those next. So we could kind of work to the next slide. And then we'll do one more slide to get past my title there. So we've talked somewhat right at board meetings and in other meetings about sort of our review of how the state funds us, how has Durham been allotting teaching positions, and what are we recommending to try to shore that up and bring that in line with our means. And so it's important to note that in the K-3 space, we made no change in terms of how we're operating with our staffing allotments for next school year. Those are very, very tightly governed by general statute, and we have to be very careful to not exceed those limits. And Durham very wisely has built in a little bit of cushion, so we allot just slightly better than what's required, so that if we have surprises with children that show up in those grade levels, particularly kindergarten, we've sort of already set ourselves up to be successful to manage those surprises, and we're not trying to add a kindergarten teacher in August or September, and we're able to get those high-quality teachers early on. The grade levels above grade 3, right, we have more discretion. The state provides funding. They make recommended ratios. And so for that 4th and 5th grade level that we did hear one comment about tonight, Durham had been doing a 1 to 22.5, and we're moving forward with the 1 to 25. The state funds that at a 1 to 24 with the assumption that they only get 90 minutes of planning per week. Our teachers get planning every day, and so we have to weigh that into our calculations, and so that's why we do that 1 to 25. I'll share that I've been in a number of districts where that's 1 to 27 to 1 to 30, and so it's definitely higher in some other areas. So just wanted to bring that perspective. Middle school, those grades 6 through 8, it's been at 1 to 20.5 in terms of those ratios. And so we're actually so we're recommending a 1 to 24. So we're trying to keep 6 through 8 handled the same way. They're under the same roof. So just trying to manage them the same way, and be mindful of how those administrators have to build those teams. And so that hugs pretty close to the same logic that we've talked about with 4th and 5th grade and in meeting those demands. A number of districts allot middle school a lot like high school, and you see larger class sizes than that. And so we're still trying to balance and be cautious at the same time. High school, we just simply could not go that far. We could not go as far as lining it up exactly with how the state allots it. We recognized that it would have been too severe of a change at one time with what we were doing there. And so we pulled back a little bit and we did a 1 to 27. So we did deliberate on these things and tried to stress test. And I think, in that same vein, we thought about media coordinators in the same way, and we've heard just a watershed of public comments about media coordinators, and we challenged our administrators to make business cases for why are we structured with some of these things the way we are. And so the two media coordinators is something that is sort of unique to some more urban districts, right? I've seen it in Durham, I've seen it in Wake, but there's not a lot of districts that follow that model. And so it was important for us to press pause, ask questions. And so it did startle our high school principals when they initially saw their allotment sheets, and I'm just being very honest. But they did a spectacular job of making that business case of why they do that. And I'll give a lot of credit to Ms. Taylor at Jordan High School for really leading that charge more than anyone in helping to make that business case. And we listened. And we recognized what was happening. And so, we've conveyed to our schools that have the two media coordinators at this time that will continue as is unless something drastic changes, right? So we've heard that feedback and we're staying the course, but it's just important to ask questions to understand where that is. The next slide is another space where we heard some comments, just about assistant principals, and I think it's no mystery that in every school across the state of North Carolina, our principals would like to have more assistant principals than what they have. That's just never fails, and they do play an important role. And so I just spent some time just mapped out. Some of these we've been managing in ranges in Durham, and so I've had to do an average or a midpoint to apply the state formula to come up with approximately what the state would support. And so you can see for our elementary schools with less than 350, we're hugging pretty close at that 0.5, so doing a little bit better. And then as we work our way up to the elementary schools with 350 to 699, our allocation of 1 in the historical Durham formulas is better than what the state formula would allow. And it's important to note that we didn't propose any changes to how we're allotting the assistant principals. And really what we're striving for is to try to hug closer to our own existing formulas. So we have had a history of not adhering to our own formulas, and that's what we're striving for, is to get closer to our own, recognizing that it is better than the state's in that case, because it's not, right? The state formula just doesn't work there, and that's an area that hasn't been right in a long time, since the last recession. And so every district, or a lot of districts, kind of make that difficult financial investment to go above and beyond on the APs. So I think just wanted to lift that up, and on the next slide, I think it's a little more, the next couple of slides really, it's a little more illuminating on what's going on. So we had some questions about schools that are eligible for less than a full-time AP. And we've got those listed on the slide. So we do have a number of schools that fall below that 350 mark. And so this is something, right, just as a sidebar to this, it gave me pause as your new finance officer to think, we may need to think about some consolidating in our future and just, and I know that's a difficult conversation and that requires a lot of leadership, but many districts are making those choices to look at schools that are incredibly small and thinking about how can we merge some elementary zones together or some other zones together to make that work better. So, and there would be some perks to that, right? One, if two of those small elementary schools were to come together in the future, they'd get a full-time AP. And the principal would be entitled to better pay from the state of North Carolina due to the size of the number of students they're serving. We have less overhead costs, right? And we're just more efficient. But that's not something we're deciding this year or tonight, but just a seed on planning that we might want to contemplate as a district as we dig into this data. And I may get filleted in public comments on that at another time. The next slide really focuses on my conversation about our desire to adhere towards our own formulas. And so we've listed here some variances that occurred in the current school year where those formulas are concerned. And so we're looking at 10 FTEs in the assistant principal space where we've deviated from our own formulas. And so, and sometimes there's good reason for it. We think about some schools in particular that have had exceptional challenges and we want to provide them additional support to help them work through a tough patch and get on the other side and make some improvement. In other cases, we just simply, as a new team, we were not able to unpack why those decisions were made. And so we're in the throes of scrutinizing that, and we're having individual meetings with principals, and we're conferring with our academic side of the house to really understand where is this necessary and where is it not to make that happen. So just know we're really trying to be methodical about it. It feels like maybe some folks saw this slide and thought we were proposing that we cut 9 or 10 APs. That's not where we are right now, right? So we're thinking through that. We're thinking through that critically. And so just a space where we're asking questions and trying to seek business cases for why we're doing that. The next section, we talk about counselor allotments. And so we are, this is another space where we sort of felt Durham was not hugging the normal Durham ratios. But at the same time, we're sensitive to the climate that we're in with mental health and the supports that our students need. And as a staff, we were not comfortable proposing any deviation from what we're doing with counselors. We just could not, none of us were willing to hang our hats on making changes with individuals that affect social and emotional health and support our children. So we're wanted to lift that up. In the next space, we did receive some questions about interpreters and that support in the district. And we have a couple of different departments who work together to support that space. So our ELL department, as well as our Multilingual Resource Center, provide support in that. And so we sort of detailed the ways in which they do that. And we did receive a question about how does this compare to what we're seeing in other districts and I guess the ratio of that support. So our folks in these areas are still doing some homework on that to give us a better comparison. So I'm not prepared to really answer how we compare to other places yet, but was able to kind of call out what we're providing. So we do have a good number of folks that are providing interpreting and translating, to be determined if that's an area where we need to put some more focus or not, if we're making comparisons. The next slide is a space where we had a whole lot of conversation this school year because it's a place where we had to make sort of a mid-year intervention in order to keep things afloat. Column one on this reflects various funds that we push down to schools. And it's important to note that this affects central office departments as well, including my budget, Dr. Lewis's budget, the budget that supports board activities even was a part of this. And so just want to make sure that's in the record. But wanted to lift up schools tonight and show, so it's about a $541,000 impact, that 15% set aside across 57 schools. And so this is a space that I'm sensitive to. And as we work through we have a lot of unknowns still, right? We don't have a state budget yet. We don't know how our county partners are going to fund us yet. And we don't know, we have some projections of how many students are going to show up at our door, but we don't have a final head count on that. And so this is a space that I'm watching carefully. And as an administration, we would love to be able to get this back to the 100% level if we can. We recognize the importance of that. That's something that is very prominent on our radar, and anything that we can do to work that back towards where it was, we will certainly try, and it's high on our list. But wanted to make sure you knew that number that we're focusing on and that we're being mindful of as we try to get things back to where they are. Aside from that, and the other comments I've made, we did on page 21 of the budget book, we did restore sort of that position chart that we talked about and the various types of positions. And we've sort of reacted to the various analyses of that. And happy to answer questions at this point before we move into the other presentation that we have on the agenda. And also allow Dr. Lewis to make any additional remarks that he may want to make.
Doreen, do you have any questions? Comments, thoughts? Not right now. Thank you. Colleagues? No questions, no comments. I would entertain a motion. I don't know what y'all want me to tell you. No. We're gonna ask questions here about this presentation. Have a conversation with each other about this presentation. Ms. Byard, you want to get us started?
So, Mr. Teeter, I would just want to start with conveying gratitude to you and the team for the way that you have approached this work and led this work thoughtfully and with a heart towards the classroom and protecting frontline positions. I did see your head shaking over there several times during public comment, and you see that folks are working really hard to dig into a new change in the way that you have been transparent about the budget. And so I really appreciate the level of detail that you have, but folks are digging in and looking for pictures or graphs or tables that they particularly liked. Did you get a chance to clarify all of the unclarity or confusion? Because as folks, and I understand why people are looking and digging. I 100% understand. That's
Yeah.
exactly what you would be doing and I would be doing as well. So
I think there is one other area that I did want to touch on too. I'm glad you asked, right, is the matter of compensation. Across the 115 school systems in North Carolina, none of us know what we're going to make next year. And we have, so when the state does ultimately adopt their budget, there will be a required raise, and they'll address certified staff, and they'll address classified staff, they'll address central office staff. And a lot of times they bundle central office with classified as a grouping, and sometimes they treat all the groups the same. Every proposal that I've seen so far, they're approaching certified and classified differently. In the work that we've done with this book, we forecast a 3% raise from the state of North Carolina, right? That's sort of the actuarial assumption that we had to make. And I feel proud of that. Because I think when I compare that to the governor's proposal and I compare that to the current Senate proposal we have, we're somewhere in the middle of those two. And so we normally expect in the most recent political climate, we expect the governor's version to be the most generous and we expect the Senate version to be the most stringent. And so I hope the Senate version is not it because I think it comes up short. Right, so it's looking at 2.3% on average for teachers, and it's really important to clarify that that's an average, and they affect different steps on that teacher scale differently, and sometimes it's more generous. Usually, we've seen that it's been more generous towards the early steps on the teacher schedule, and it has terrible compression in the middle. We've heard that compression word tonight. And then the progress for our veteran teachers on those pay tables from the state is usually pretty minimal. Right, and so that's been the pattern for several years now. The governor is looking for a little closer to 5%. Classified gives me pause, right? So the governor is looking for 2%, and the Senate is looking for 1.25%. And both proposals include a one-time $1,500 bonus that's paid in each year of that 2-year budget. And I was fearful that some of those one-time things might pop in given the revenue situation at the state level. And so, it's one of those cases where we hate to be right? When we came up with that 3 number, we landed somewhere in the middle. When all of that comes to be and we know when that settles and we know what we're required to do, that affects the state resources that comes our way, right? We have some funding formulas from the state of North Carolina that are responsive to what is the raise that's built into the budget, and it's responsive to those new benefit rates, and it makes that money available to us to make some things happen. And so that's a really critical piece of information for us to have to know what our must-dos are and how we have to react to those. And then we can reconfigure from there, right? And so we can figure out, okay, if it is a 2% that comes from the state of North Carolina, the budget team and I would immediately pivot to adjusting all these assumptions in the book and what do we have left and how can we calibrate some kind of meaningful step increase in there for employees. And so does that mean, does it mean that locally, do we do more than what the state did? Right, so we have to kind of make those judgment calls once we have all the pieces of the puzzle. So there's a lot of work, to be done in other agencies that affect us. And so we're watching that carefully, and we, sometimes that's resolved by July, more often not. Sometimes it's September, October, and some years they've not been able to agree. Right, and that has happened, and so we'll have to watch that carefully, and we'll make sure that we communicate and that folks know what's going on. But so that's another thing I did want to touch on, that it's not totally in our control, and we're going to try to do as much as we can based on how all these other pieces shake out.
I appreciate that. That is a complicated answer to folks that are really, frustrated with us because they don't see a number. And can you also clarify that and just be explicit about our intention to freeze staff or not freeze staff? Have y'all dug into that at all? Because I've heard some public comments that continue to reiterate that concern. And that has never been the concern or approach that I've heard this board discuss through this entire classified.
Yeah. So usually,
challenge.
right, so generally, the process is, we hold in place until we know what the state's requiring us to do. We apply that and we move forward. And in some cases, right, particularly where our certified employees are concerned, our instructions from the state are often to hold them in place until we have a new schedule. And so we have to comply with that, or we end up with lots of errors that we have to clean up. And so we hope that there's an agreement on the budget by July so that we can swiftly act on that, and people can immediately see how everything's going to shake out. But I think what we do know, we hope with some certainty is that perhaps the worst case scenario statewide is that it's 1.25 for classified with that bonus. Durham, I know I've been here and I know I'm going to have to do better than that, or we're going to have to do better than that. And so we're focused on that, and we'll work through that when we have everything that we need to build appropriate schedules for the new school year. And it's not lost on us that there's more work to be done with our schedule in general, with the compression that we heard about tonight, the min and the max conversation and those parallel columns, right? So we know that there's some things that we need to touch, and been through salary studies and have administered salary studies, and I'm happy to be a part of the team that does that and leading that work for us as we think about moving forward, and we'll be very sensitive and make sure that we learn from the mistakes that have happened in Durham in the past, to lead folks through that. It's a heavy load, but we're mindful.
I appreciate it, and I just appreciate that you and Dr. Lewis have inherited a lot of mistakes that you did not make, and continue to sit with us in times resolving problems that you didn't make. You know, I think I've told folks that serving on this board during this classified pay thing was worse than the pandemic, because it impacted each and every employee so importantly. We broke so much trust by intending to do well and finding that our budget was not adequate. And so I appreciate the way that you all have methodically spent the last 6 months building this this puzzle that is in support and focusing on students. And just the last question before I turn it over to colleagues, on the interpreter slide, are those in the MRC additive? That is 7 + 9 + 3, folks?
That's right.
That's how, I just wanted to make sure I was interpreting that
Yes, ma'am.
information correctly. Thank you so much.
Ms. Harold Goff?
Thank you. I wanted to lift up just 3 things from the information. First of all, I appreciate how I've been watching this progress, and how it's been. Transparency is a buzzword in our district right now, and transparency and trust kind of go hand in hand. And so I feel like when a lot of people are speaking about transparency, what they're really talking about is not trusting what they're seeing. So I want to lift up in the presentation about what you said about the corrected budget book. And this is square one, like we're starting from here. I've been seeing a lot of comparisons to things in the past, and it's brought me confusion as well. And so I'm excited about that statement. Here is square one moving forward when we're talking about the budget. Very excited to hear that. So I wanted to lift that up. Errors with our tools in the past, or confusion about which tool to look out, or trying to compare something that might not have been accurate to something that we're currently trying to work with. I hope that we here to push all of that aside, and now when we're talking information, we're looking at this corrected budget book. Now, I understand that some people may not trust that. And when they're talking about transparency, they can still be looking at this and not trusting, or even not even understanding the narrative yet. But at least we have this place to start from. The next thing I wanted to lift up is I heard a guardrail around social emotional health in the budget. And that was also that jumped out at me. When I'm looking for narrative, like what story is our budget telling, it's those kinds of things that I'm listening for. Okay, I see how that jumped out and in the way that it was presented. And I also really appreciate how you have been, it's helping me, articulate why our allotments look the way that they do. And it helps to elevate how challenging these conversations are. But understanding, the more we talk about that narrative, understanding why and how these decisions are being made, the more clarity we get. That also, along with the materials, builds that transparency. So I greatly appreciate everything that administration is doing, that you are doing, that the team is doing around building transparency, which I just wanted to say is also building trust. It's going to be hard. You know, we're ready to take the heat, but with understanding. So pushing for understanding. Thank you.
Ms. Umstead?
Thank you, Mr. Teeter, for your presentation tonight and some of those clarifying remarks. I think that was really helpful. I want to say thanks to all the folks who've engaged with us over this budget process. We've heard from community members, educators, students. We've had multiple meetings with our educator associations and other ways. Like, this level of engagement is really good. And so I want to thank everyone who's engaged with us, who's sent us emails, who've called us, who's texted us. I hope we can keep this up as we keep moving forward. I think this process has been good and we have room for improvement, like we always do. And so I think acknowledging the budget booklet and how do we get some more, shift some things around, but knowing that this is ground zero feels like an important acknowledgement tonight. I went back to last year and was comparing and I was like, okay, never mind. This is where we're starting at tonight. I know that we're also typically a little behind in our process, and so I'm looking forward for us moving forward tonight so we can get this budget over to our county commission and they can be planning with our numbers in mind as they develop their budget. And I know there's some still work to do around our salary administration policy, which can help answer some of those questions as we're thinking about pay. So I look forward to that coming back. I'm glad that you also listened to our folks around the media coordinators and glad to hear that's going to be staying. I love reading. I was one of those kids that was reading with my nightlight on in the room when I needed to be asleep. So I'm glad to know we're going to still have that going. A couple of things I would like to see for as we think about next year, and some of this will feel repetitive to my colleagues because I say it often, but thinking about how do we think multi-years in advance. I say, you knew where I was going. We know we have Growing Together that's expanding different positions. We know that we want to be thinking about salaries for staff members. And we talked a little bit in previous, and you mentioned it today about classified salary study, because I think we're going to we got to clean up those schedules. We got to do some work on that. And we need to start that work today so we can be prepared for next year. I don't want to be sitting here next year and saying, oh, I'm sorry, we're not ready. Like, that would be a failure on our part. I hope we'll keep working on this budget booklet and like, how do we get some earlier engagement with our community and educators? I think our association, the AE, brought really clear, a lot of ask, but they came later in the budget process. And that did not give the time for us to do the right research and analyzing and be able to make those a part of some of the things we're seeing here. But I think it's important for us to figure out and I think that's a collective decision from the 7 of us. Is there a majority of us that want to figure out, do some of that analysis and figure out what that might look like to move forward with some of the things that they presented? So we got a lot of work to do. And I have some hopes for next year, but I'm supportive of what we have created for this year. Glad to hear we're not touching counselors. Glad to hear we're keeping this AP formula where it is and not cutting any more of those positions. Those are school-based staff that we know our schools and our students need. And this is my last point, y'all. The thing I think about with our budgets is our students and how all this money allocations, reallocations are impacting students. And I am curious to know, for us to consider, how do we track some of that work with schools that are impacted with some of these reallocations? So are we looking at attendance? Are we looking at student academic outcomes? Are we also looking at discipline referrals to see how schools are adjusting in these times? I know that some of our schools that were previously application magnet schools that are not also lost positions, and they are feeling that. So how are we looking at and understanding that how the changes that we're making in this monetary place also impacts what students and are experiencing in the classrooms? And then there's also a lot that could be done within our current budget, like trauma-informed practices, restorative practices, improving food. We got to do better with that, right? And doing more culturally responsive practices. So there's a both and here. We're going to keep moving forward, and we got a lot of work to do to continue to improve. And I want us to be considering how these changes are impacting our students. So I would love for us to figure out how we can track that over the year. Thank y'all.
Yeah, and I'll just say thank you for that. And in my past lives, The budget calendar has historically come out in October. And so, I joined you in November, cleaned up base budget, right? But just so you know what to expect, kind of moving forward is that, the budget, we'll be bringing the budget calendar to you in October for 26, 27, and things will be underway kind of on that cycle. And fingers crossed, right, we'll have year two of the biennial budget that will give us some numbers to start working with. And then we'll push from there. So yeah, thank you for that.
Dr. Otten. Thanks so much, Mr. Teeter. I'm super excited to have you here in the district. One, because you're able to explain things in a way that I can understand really easily. So thanks so much for your clarity, both in your presentation this evening and then in your additional comments to help clarify some of the concerns that came out. That is very helpful for me, at least. I just have a few follow-up questions. As we're thinking about classified pay and salary studies, how often, I tried to find this today, but I figured you would know, how often do districts typically complete salary studies, or is there like a best practices around salary studies that you could share with us?
So I know, so when I was in so I did higher ed finance before K-12 finance, and our practice was always 7 years in that space that we looked at our peer and aspirants. And so I think, in this space, in the climate that we're in now, I think every 2 to 3 years is probably more appropriate. I know we're a little more, what we're about to do is a little quicker than that, but we recognize that we got some stuff we've got to improve. But just with the market that we're in and the way we're competing and inflation, I think, right, a more frequent cadence, right, of 2 to 3 years is probably going to be where we are.
That's really helpful, thank you. And thanks for providing some clarity around what classified staff can expect for increases and also the reasons for the uncertainty around that.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Look forward to cleaning up the salary schedules and having that, policy in place and the salary administration policy. I was wondering too, the local teacher supplement. So if we increase it as proposed in the budget, how much more would our staff be receiving annually? And and do we anticipate that will allow us to just kind of keep pace with our neighbors, or where is that? I don't think they've decided on where they've landed.
That's
have
right,
they?
yeah. So, I think a lot of them are where we are, unfortunately. So I think we're all in the same boat right now, making difficult decisions. And so this particular proposal would increase it by 700 per year. And assuming other variables remain constant around us, to your point, it would propel us from number 3 to number 2 on average. But again, we don't know what other folks are going to do, and so we'll see but that's our goal, is to keep pushing forward and making some kind of progress, and that would propel us up an additional spot if nothing changed on the list.
Cool, thank you so much. And then lastly, thinking about transportation staff, really excited to see a supplement for our drivers in the budget, and wondering, sorry, what was my question around this? Oh, can you tell us, we've received some questions and have been talking in meetings about substitute pay. Can you tell us when we should expect to hear more about
We owe you something on that, and I think we're going to come together. I've got it on the cabinet agenda for Monday for us to just iron that out and put that to bed. And so our goal would be to get that in front of you at the May 8th meeting to just knock that out.
Okay, awesome. And then we've talked extensively about bus driver access to bathrooms and schools. Are y'all going to share something with us about what that looks like, or
Dr. Webb, that would be operational, not the CFO's.
well, there's fiscal implications of that.
There possibly could be some physical implications that spoke of furniture purchases today. We have one facility completely ready. And then we're looking at the other facility, not just using used furniture or making it a nice space. That possibly could have some budget implications on the capital outlay budget for next year once we receive that total. We're working on developing that budget now. If, as far as when there are no planned physical changes to a building, we have
think she was-
also,
I
begun
think
the
she was
pro-
talking about access to buildings, right? The badges.
But I like hearing about this too, but yeah, I was
Okay.
thinking, I was
Well,
asking, Dr. Lewis was
okay.
correct about like the key fobs and like access
So
to.
the last conversation was that we shared with, thank you for the clarity, was to provide uh, a number of employees with access to the buildings that they can get into. Um, You know, obviously, security of a building is an issue at all times during the day. So we're discussing the procedure for that. But yes, there will be an access to buildings, specifically the two sites and then other schools as well. Yes, ma'am, for all schools.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I'll just end by saying, I sound like a broken record when I say this, but I am excited about where we are this year and to have you here leading our budget process. Excited to start earlier next year and would like to see more us continue to, as I think you're interested in, like getting more robust earlier engagement from community, from our educators and our students and our community members into the budget process, and also to continue to work towards deeper alignment with our strategic plan. So we have our North Star and we're measuring our outcomes. And
I'm watching keenly how Meet and Confer will operationalize and where I fit into that. So we'll see.
excellent. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Ms. Vereen has a question.
Okay, hi. I did have one question. So is there like a miscellaneous or special projects fund that supports student initiatives that we've heard this evening, like school gardens or environmental clubs or outdoor spaces, any of those initiatives that may be miscellaneous?
Really great question. So I'm having flashbacks to my Hillside interview. And so right, I think we do see a number of things that happen in the district like you're describing. A lot of times it's the result of our teachers and their grant writing efforts and donations that we've received. And so we appreciate all of our, so we want to make sure we give credit to our teachers that actively pursue funding to make things happen special like that. And we've been very fortunate that our community has contributed to Durham in that way. There are, I think in the work that we've done, like you ask about kind of outdoor learning spaces of sorts, and we do have some of that started as a grant-funded effort in Durham that has continued through our local funds. And so we definitely do have some of that in the district, and we can, and certainly if it's, the desire of the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, we can do a deeper dive into that and provide more details for the next time he meets with you all.
That's a great question, and what I'm used to is the superintendent's having a larger budget just for that, for students, that they can approach the superintendent, they can, and teaching the students those skills of presenting a proposal and sharing the data as to why we need this, and then the impact, similar to what adults have to go through when we go after grants and then have to share the impact of those grants. And so I would love to get to a point where financially where we can have those funds that students can access for those special projects. Great question.
Thanks.
Ms. Chavez.
Thank you so much, and thanks for answering our abundant questions. I do appreciate your very clear answers to those. All right, I have more.
Sure.
But some of them come from, the questions that you've already answered. And the first thing I wanted to comment about was the AP allotments. I appreciate you digging into why some of the allotments are not aligned with the formulas that were created. But I understand you can't understand all past decisions. I just want to name that I've raised this. We've talked a little bit about this, but I have concerns about equity with regard to those, and so because I can see that some schools are higher need. Some schools, I'm not sure, there may be a different reason why they were granted more than the 0.5. But I don't know myself why that was. So I just wanted to ask you to speak a little bit about um, how you're working on a equity-related formula or something of that nature. Is that accurate to say, or do you need more guidance from the board in order to do that?
There is certainly a charge from my boss for us to move forward thinking about our formulas in that way. And I think Dr. King's spoken eloquently about this as well in terms of we've got to clean up what is our baseline so that we can use that as the measuring stick for then how are we achieving equity, beyond that. And so yeah, that's on our radar. And we are, in some of these situations that we see in the chart were sort of hold harmless situations, and communication occurred at this time last school year of, okay, a year later, you're going to come off of that. And so we do have some of those scenarios that have kind of transcended administrations, and some of these other scenarios like Lowe's Grove Middle, we know was a school that needed some extra support. And they've had beyond, and we think about the Lakeview program and the complexities of the work that they're doing. And typically it's a lower enrollment, but they're also dealing with some more significant challenges. And so, right, so there's those kinds of elements that you're thinking about. And I think the work that we'll do with Dr. Lewis is just to kind of maybe put some more clarity around those things.
Dr. Lewis, go
Thank
ahead.
you. I've been breaking protocol tonight. But yeah, we've been having those conversations. I was just in Dr. King's office today, continuing those conversations. I talked to Dr. Logan just yesterday about that, and obviously Dr. Teeter in terms of, providing all schools the base, but in addition, based on the needs of the building. 700 students in building A, it's probably going to look a lot different than 700 students in building B in terms of the needs of those students. And so making sure that we're looking at things like the number and or percentage of EC students, ELL students, the number of new teachers in the building, free reduced lunch rate, a number of factors in terms of what additional supports will those buildings need. And that's going to be a culture shift, in terms of, people saying that's not fair that they get this. Well, if we truly understand equity, equity is not about fairness, but what do the students, do the staff need in those buildings to be successful?
Thank
Just
you.
on that topic, sorry, Ms. Chavez, well, have y'all unpacked these APs enough to know whether they might be using a part of another of their allotments to make a whole, a half position to make a whole? Like, not that the district gave them extra, but they may have made different staffing choices. Are y'all still unwinding some of that?
Great question, right? And we have seen some scenarios, right, where schools that are entitled to a half based on the formula, in some cases say, okay, this person's going to be half AP, and then they're going to be half-time instructional coach. And you see a blend of funding sources come together to make that happen. So we do have some instances where that has occurred. And I couldn't give you specifics off the cuff, but we do have some of that happens. Yes, ma'am.
And we had a lot of conversation last year trying to hope that we could at least get every school to one full-time, right? Because
Sure.
a half a person that is driving to a different school wouldn't be necessarily what we would think a baseline would be in Durham. So I appreciate y'all digging into it more.
Ms. Chavez, do you have additional questions or comments?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for naming those variables. That's really helpful. And I think it just helps us to be able to explain decisions, financial decisions and allotment decisions. So I'm very appreciative of that work moving forward. So thank you around the media coordinators. I think it's a good call to keep our media coordinators. Let's see. Some of the, obviously, we met with DAE representatives about about a number of priorities. So some of my comments come from that. I just wanted to name that, as I think you all have, everybody's seen, one of the suggested pieces was around extra duty pay and kind of clarifying that. And so I just want to name that I think that's appropriate for the salary administration policy to look at. So cool. I just want to lift that up because I thought it was very well done. And so hopefully in collaboration with administration, we can kind of think through that. Okay, let's see, classroom ratios. Another question around equity, which we've already also discussed a little bit, but I want to lift up that I do have, as we're looking at changing ratios, which, I know a lot of other districts already employ these ratios that we're looking to move to. But I really want to guarantee that we'll be able to commit to still having lower ratios for high need classrooms. So that is probably another kind of equity formula. Can you all comment on that and maybe reassure people who might have that concern as well?
Yeah, so I think a couple of things that I would say around sort of the ratio work is exactly right, like these other categories we've talked about tonight. Dr. Lewis will kind of work with the team to kind of establish what are our kind of equity mile markers, so to speak, as we move forward to future years. And I think the other thing that we have to balance is that throughout the year, it feels like every vacancy report that I reviewed from HR, we had over 100 teacher vacancies in the district, and we've had to scramble to find ways to cover those classrooms, whether it's substitute, pulling other teachers, losing their planning time, and things of that nature. And so we're looking forward to maybe trying to strike some kind of balance of, we have less positions, hopefully less vacancies in tandem with that, and more qualified, highly qualified teachers in front of more children, right? And so just trying to strike that too, right? So that's another variable that we think about, is making sure our students, as many students as possible, are in front of highly qualified teachers, and just mindful of that pipeline right now. Yeah.
Well, I kind of Dr. King, I didn't want to, okay. I just want to, I think I'm appreciative of that rationale as well, because we do hear more often than we want to about, students who have had a sub for such and such time. So that's also important. Okay, master's pay. So I want to ask, have you all considered, because I've said, I really favor extending master's pay for all who would have qualified in 2013. Have you all considered looking at a lesser percentage, but including everyone across the board?
On the surface, no.
Okay.
However, depending on how things shake out, with these budget variables we've talked about tonight already, right? So we don't know what state's going to look like. We don't know what local's going to look like. It may be something we have to visit anyway. And so I wouldn't want to commit to it, but would say we're not close to it. And we know we may have to evaluate that.
I know I asked you for more information about that, my questions, and I guess a follow-up to that would be, do we know how much it would cost to include all of those people as we have them now without estimating, or do we don't have that information
Right.
of who has a master's?
That's right. I think we would need to be more intentional about quantifying who those people are and how many of them we have in those categories that we don't serve right now. And so you've learned me by now that I'm conservative budgeter, and so I'm going to think about our worst case scenario, and that's the best I have on that now. But we can, we'll keep working on that. Is that, so we're, I know this, with this cycle, we're trying to make whole the shortfall with the teachers, and then contemplating our social workers and this go round. But we will continue. We definitely will continue to evaluate it, and I do believe, right, HR has got a proposal forthcoming that we'll need your permission on, for us to move forward with getting the best possible numbers that we can for that. Yeah, we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay. I guess I want to propose that we consider, if we do pass this evening, like like, looking specifically at that, at including all who would have qualified in 2013 under master's pay and shifting the funds around, because we're approving, an amount, but,
Yeah, I think we're.
is that possible?
I have no issue, developing a work paper to have prepared. So then as we answer some of our other questions that we need to make other budget decisions, we have the information available and we can move forward with accuracy and confidence if we were to make a decision around that space. Yeah, I don't mind doing the homework on it to be prepared.
Okay, and I'd be interested to hear what other board members think. I see a thumbs up, but, cool, okay. Informally, I see thumbs up, so,
Okay.
I didn't have a thumb, but I did want to clarify that the recommendation that the administration has brought, and I saw it in an answer to a question today, that can you all read what your recommendation is for expansion of master's pay, just to be clear, because we've lacked
Yeah, so I'll
clarity in the past.
Right, so I think, summarizing for now, we would maintain that focus on our classroom teachers that are teaching at least 50% of the day, making that whole. And then we're looking at an expansion for our social workers. And the philosophy behind that is, right, previous administration wanted to put a focus on incentivizing those folks in the classrooms. And our social workers are in a space where they're not necessarily transferable to a classroom role, and we felt comfortable kind of moving forward with that expansion to that particular population of employees, whereas some of these other positions are transferable to a classroom, and we may not want to, at this point in time, incentivize them. And that's why the recommendation is what it is. And regardless, we'll do our homework and we're charged with making sure we can answer that question for you. And we'll make sure we're prepared to do that in the best way we can.
okay, thank you, I appreciate it. As you know, I just feel that we have to do our homework on that since we.
Ms. Ch-
Yeah,
sorry,
'cause
Ms.
we
Shaw,
asked more
can I just,
questions last year. Go
Wait,
ahead.
yeah, jump in on that?
Board Member
point?
Umstead, yes, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just to jump in on that point, and y'all are doing your homework, because then you're thinking about what will be classroom focused versus what might be, everyone. So in some ways, I would love to see that analysis of like, what would it cost, or how many people are we talking about with a classroom focus versus everyone, and maybe a rationale or proposal of which way you all would recommend we go. Because I think that is a tricky one.
And what we would really love to happen is that the proposals at the state level to restore master's pay will come through, right? And that uncomplicates a lot of, right? And so that's back on the table again. And so, so we're hopeful that that'll happen, and then that will just alleviate so much stress around this.
Yes.
But we'll still do our homework.
Okay. It was one of the requests from the DAE articles about bus monitor supplements. Is that something you all have looked into?
I have an opinion. I would just say, at this point, we've calculated specifically for bus drivers. We had not contemplated a supplement for the monitors, but we can, right, and that's another space, again, where we're happy to do homework and quantify that, and just put that on our radar for continued improvement, if we, so happy to look into that.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
just to echo, yeah, we certainly can look at that number, and you heard stories tonight of the impact of bus monitors. And I've shared some stories of the impact of bus monitors and how we need them as well. We were responding to the critical need of drivers at that point.
Right.
So yes, and.
Mm-hmm. And I think a particular concern we had was our drivers are heavily impacted by inclement weather, and wanted to be able to them to have something in their paycheck that's predictable despite the weather, and I think the supplement would be sort of more of a material benefit financially than the shift in the pay table that we contemplated. And so I think that's important to note. And we do have some neighbors that pay classified supplements, and we want to be mindful of that, right? And that's perhaps something we contemplate for classified employees in general as we continue to do our work around pay. I don't, but conversations to be had, but we've, so yeah, so thank you for lifting that up.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't thought about it, but I think our bus monitors do important work to support,
Sure.
allow the bus driver to focus on their work. And so anyway, if the board is also in agreement, would like to see that. Yeah.
Do we want to take a moment to get consensus on maybe, is that what you're going to say, Dr. Giovanni? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I just wanted to share that the transportation team met for over 2 hours today, and that was an area that was discussed, what it is that we can do to make sure that we're properly compensating our folks. So I think we have a meeting, follow-up meeting scheduled in maybe a week and a half, 10 days or 2 weeks, and we'll definitely, this is some helpful feedback, and we would like the opportunity to allow the transportation folks to kind of have that conversation, talk with folks and get that input from bus monitors as well, and not just kind of, sitting in my chair, figuring out what would be best for them, or Dr. Webb's chair. So we would like the space to do that, and then we would work with Ms. Hager and Mr. Teeter on a cost out of what the recommendation is from the team, if that's okay with Dr. Lewis and the board. Okay, thank
That
you.
sounds great, Dr. Giovanni. Does anybody have anything else to say about that or have any concerns about it? Yes, Ms. Umstead.
Can we just clarify what we're getting consensus?
It sounds like there's going to be some further study about the bus monitors. Well, generally, is that maybe too narrow? Do you want to describe that again? Like just generally compensating or incentivizing transportation staff that will be brought back to the board, which sounds like it's already underway right now. You all are already discussing that, and you're going to continue to do that.
That is correct, but I think it's important that the lifting up and ensuring that transportation safety assistance, I believe is the proper term that I was told, are properly considered in that, and making sure that there's addressing compression. That's where Ms. Hager and Mr. Teeter would come in. And then just figuring out like kind of what those needs are and what the job description looks like and what the work is that's being done. Looking at all of it globally and not just kind of just reacting is what we're asking for. It's just some space to talk with those folks, work with all of the administrative team, and then bring back some information. But I will say, I do think that this is probably, once the budget comes out, and Dr. Lewis and Mr. Teeter will kind of look at that and see where it is that we land. But primarily, some of these conversations necessarily would have to be in 25, 26, 26, 27 potentially, depending on where we are with the budget and what happens in the state. But all of that being said, it is something that we are looking at, and I do appreciate it being lifted up, the work that they do. So I just want y'all to know that we are talking about it.
Thank you. Does that provide the clarity that you were seeking about the transportation request, or no?
Maybe. I guess, do we need consensus if that feels like it's moving in the right direction? Or I don't know if you were asking for something different, Ms. Chavez.
I think all of that sounds great. And also, I was also specifically wanting to know the cost out for the supplements for bus safety assistance. So
here's my question for us, I'm sorry, as we go forward. We have a long list of, we're voting on a budget tonight, I assume, and we need to. And we have a long list of things that came to us late from DAE, and I welcome that feedback, but it's late in this cycle. And so what I don't want us to do by continuing to direct staff to do little pieces of studying this and studying that and studying that is to give people some false hope that we're going to be able to address these, because we are voting on an amount tonight that is built on the suppositions that you all have built. The budget you have built. And so while I want to give everyone more for all time, all the things, I don't want us to present misinformation to our own employees and further stir like dissatisfaction while we're trying to actually address critical issues. And so it's late to be asking people to cost things out. And the amount that we vote on tonight will be the amount we defend to the county. And so I'm just unclear like what this consensus is if it's not forward study for other budget years. That's my lack of clarity and
Thank you, Ms. Byer. Did you want to say something, Mr. Teeter, or do you?
I think what Ms. Byer described is what we would be doing, right, is just to know what would that look like for us and, you know, and if the, you know, if the variables pan out for us better than we hope, okay, then we'll certainly try and we're prepared to do it. But I think it's very fair to say it might be something we're looking at for a future cycle.
I do think to Ms. Byers' point, there's a question of prioritizing, right? And so now that I'm zooming out a little bit, I do wonder if there's an opportunity for us to have some type of budget retreat, maybe before October, to kind of think about all the different things that we would want to see and what are we prioritizing for 26, 27 and for years to come. That way I also feel like we wouldn't have you all, you know, doing 12, 20, 30 studies and we don't know that we're going to prioritize one of those, right? So how do we be smart about time? And that might take some time for us to do some digging into looking at all the lists and figuring out here's the 3 we're going to focus on for this year so that your study maybe feels a little more focused. I don't know, that's the idea.
Thank you, Ms. Olmsted. It sounds like the budget is what it is right now, but we don't know what we're going to be getting from the county or from the state. So there will be a process whereby we're making adjustments. Sometimes they're adjustments in one direction, sometimes they're in the other direction. And so some of the costing out could be used at that point because there'll be decisions to be made. And then some of it will be useful for the next year, which we will hopefully start early. And I saw now, Mr. Tab has not had a chance to speak yet, but I do want to give Ms. Harold Goff, did you have something about this topic that you wanted to? And I think Chair Rogers does as well. And then I do want to make sure to give Mr. Tab some space to speak generally.
I just wanted to agree, piggyback off of what Ms. Umstead was saying about the word that I would use is guardrails, like really understanding that, again, that's what I'm trying to say when I'm talking about narratives and highlighting what story are we telling, and we need administration to help us understand what those priorities are. Like, what are our budget priorities? How are we telling that story? How is it articulated in the numbers? And this is something I feel like it's an ongoing conversation, so that we can better understand, well, what do we need to see? How do we need to get it? So lifting up what DAE presented, you know, however later, whatever we got it, whenever we got it, having those conversations and putting those things out from all the various types of community engagement helps us to begin to identify all these different guardrails so that we can, again, prioritize this very living document. I mean, it's going to be stagnant at some point, but it's living right now. And then the process of the budget will be living beyond what we decide now. So as we begin to understand what it is that we need to see and what our community needs to see, that is why we lift this up even at the last minute. So all of these things, I think we're saying the same thing about where we are right now. We understand we're coming from a place, but we're also looking to move towards a place. So appreciate you lifting up, you know, the things that let's hear it so that we can begin to identify collectively what these guardrails are in our budgeting processes moving forward.
My question, I heard Ms. Chavez talking about the supplements for transportation, particularly the monitors. And my question is the supplement the only thing that's being offered? Are all the other incentives and things attendance bonuses, et cetera, for transportation staff going away?
So the great question. So the attendance bonus remains a part of our base budget. And
Okay.
so that was something we had to rectify this year, right? It was missing, that line item was not in there, and we took care of that this year to build that back in, and this continues that as well.
Okay. And why supplement in lieu of pay increase?
Yeah, so the supplement piece, right, is more predictable. So our bus drivers are hourly employees. If we have, like, we missed 3 days of school 1 month this year, it's 3 days without pay, has a direct hit, to their earnings. And so that supplement's really a great predictable tool that's a baseline there, that can help smooth that over. I think that was really the main reason why we looked that route. And I think also, I guess maybe a part two of that, is some hesitancy to adjust the pay scale for one group and not others. So we're just very mindful of that practice.
Thank you. That's all I had about that.
Mr. Tab.
Thank you very much. Mr. Teeter, thank you so very much for continuing to work with us through this process.
Yes,
And
sir.
thank you for answering all of our questions that we were sending to you. And I really do really appreciate that. So just a few questions for you. I know that glad to hear about the media coordinators and your counselors and social workers. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. So thank you so very much. But we did have another, group of people to come to the board meeting a few times about the dance program. Can you give any commentary on where that is since they were here?
We have not made a decision around that, to be honest with you. And so I know we've got to schedule an allotment meeting with that principal still, like Cone Club in particular comes to mind. So I think that's to be determined.
Correct. We have still some allotments that we're waiting for just around Magnet, CTE, AIG, and we should have those by May 2nd from our other departments, and then we'll be sharing with the schools and school leaders their updated allotment sheets. So we've already got that one on our list too.
Okay. Thank you for that
Yes, sir.
transparency as
Yes,
well.
sir.
Appreciate that so they can hear where we are.
I'll ask Dr. King to address, as he did at the last meeting, about that. And this year, us holding them harmless with the dance and going into this year with the understanding that this will be the last year.
Right, and exactly, that was the understanding. This year was an additional year beyond what was agreed upon. Again, that program was slated to be dissolved as a part of the Growing Together shifts, and was dissolved in several other schools as a part of their shifts. But given some questions about communication about that, we did extend that program for an additional year. But we're quite clear that our plan moving forward was that this would be the final year of that program.
Thank you. My other question is about, I know when you're looking at a budget, sometimes there's just a line item and there's an amount of money. So are we making sure that teacher training is included in the budget, especially when you're talking about the de-escalation training for teachers, students?
So yes, I think professional development is a huge part of what we do. And we've got a collection of funding sources that support that. So I know specifically, from our federal funds, our Title II funds is an area that's explicitly for improving teacher quality. And so that is a space where we invest in that. And then we have had conversations about things like restraint training and making sure that we visit things like that. And we've got the funds to make sure that those sorts of things happen in this budget. And so we'll continue to be on top of things like that.
Last two, in terms of safety for our schools, is that included in budget, or is there some type of reform of what we're doing, or we're staying the same?
I think that's, when I think about safety, like I think about a variety of initiatives, right? So I think, so no, I think the school resource component in Durham is a little bit different than what I've been accustomed to, but I know that that support is there. And, Dr. Webb and I've had some conversation in passing about grants that we can apply for that support that work, that Durham currently does not benefit from. And we're not in the season yet to write that grant, right? The state normally opens that up at a different point in the year. And so we're being laser focused on those opportunities. I think we think about facilities too, in terms of safety. And so I think Dr. Webb's had a lot of experience with thinking about the safety elements of facilities, and that's always a component of our capital outlay budget, making sure that we're doing improvements that impact safety. And then I also think about the mental health component, right? And so we've been very careful to toe the line on the resources we dedicate to mental health. And we have some things in this budget that we did with ESSER funds that we're hoping to continue, that impact mental health in the district. And I don't know, Dr. Webb, if you had anything else you wanted to speak to with the physical safety components.
Thank you, Mr. Teeter, and you hit the nail right on the head. I've challenged my team to come to me, whether it's safety, security, building services, all those folks to come to me with their ideas, their needs, their initiatives, and depending upon the funding amount that we get for capital outlay, there will be a piece of that for safety-based projects. We'd like to wait to see what that looks like, if it's the requested amount that we receive. But Mr. Teeter is quite accurate. There are some very lucrative grants available. That season opens up about October. Some of them are physical pieces of equipment, and some of them are personnel related as well. And I've had some success with writing those grants before. So something we want to look in and look into and have discussion. So at this point, the answer is yes, but we don't have the specifics on that.
Okay, thank you. And
Yes, and it's on page 84 of the budget book. So we'll continue that and always looking for ways to improve safety, which is a great plug for our May 6th Safety Forum. We'll hear from the community in terms of what more we can do to keep our students and staff safe.
that's how I was leading to that. I wanted to highlight that was coming. So thank you very much.
While we're plugging, Dr. Lewis, I'd want to point out that, Dr. Lewis and I met today with the DPI Regional Director for the North Central region. And part of that conversation centered on opportunities through DPI that are likely to be coming down the line, where we can identify some possible grant opportunities that also address, safety issues, but more from the soft kind of mental health kind of safety support issues. And so those are things that we're continuing to look at as well.
Thank you very much. And my last question. So, and I've said this out openly before, and I'll pose it to everybody that's here. We have not received an audit yet for Durham Public Schools. Will this, because we haven't received the audit, could possibly this audit have an impact on the decisions that we make with this budget?
Yeah, very fair question. And I think while we're on that, like we'll, just for the public, kind of rehash the history on that as well. And so when I came in November, that work had not started. And so we've been managing that work in tandem with this budget work that we've done. And we're at the point where everything is in our auditor's hands, in terms of they have our ledger. We've got that as clean from an accounting perspective as we can have it for them for last year. We've been engaging with them daily, just answering questions they have as they formulate what our financial statements look like for the past year. And just, what I can say at this point from looking at those documents that we've handed over to them is that, we're not in one of those horror story situations that you hear about, right, where you have districts that have negative fund balance and they're having to work through tricky things, right? So we're in a stable spot where that's concerned, and really we're at a crossroads, right? And so what we know is that, just sort of a preview of what I know is coming, right, is that we know that there will be write-ups and that there will be suggestions about processes in the finance department based on what they saw last year. And that has happened. It's not uncommon for that to happen in districts where you've had transition, you've had uncertainty, and right, you've had pieces kind of moving around. And so we know that, right, there will be some concerns about just processes and timing of when things were done or not done and whatnot. But then in terms of your financials, not really seeing anything that's concerning in terms of the district's financial position. And what we want to make sure that we do, is that as we close this year out, we build on that. And as we develop the budget for next year, we position ourselves to build on that further, and kind of, and reclaim, in the area of fund balance, right, reclaim some of what the district had to invest in the pay issues. But at this point, nothing with that I've seen on last year's financials gives me pause about where we are now and where we move forward. And we're in the driver's seat, and we need to control that. And I look forward to getting that audit report in front of you. And so I will say, when I interviewed to come to Durham, I told them that, in my time in the chair, I've never had a late audit, and I've never had an audit finding. And so like that's a big deal for me. And so it's so looking forward to catching up on that history for Durham, and we're very close in that work with the auditors. So and then your next one will be on time, right? And so we're really happy about that. And we've been talking about the schedule for the next one and when that work's going to get done. So, but I appreciate you for asking that because it is very important.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Madam Chair.
Colleagues, any other questions or comments? Ms. Chavez.
So I wanted to comment on the bus monitor supplement, bus safety assistant supplement, just to round that out. I am interested in looking into the supplement for this year, and because we can shift things around in the budget. So I am interested to know if that was, I think you were gonna talk about compensation in general, make a plan for next year and all of that. But, I mean, the budget isn't, the number is not final till we pass it. So, that's why I was asking. That's, I just want to put that out there. I take the recommendations of, of DAE, which represents a lot of the staff. They did a lot of listening to other staff to come up with these recommendations. So I take them seriously, want to do my due diligence in finding out about the viability of them and to what extent you've already, considered them as a, not only financially, but as a strategy.
Yeah. So we'll do our homework and then we'll be prepared. And then we know that regardless, we'll be back in front of you to sort of reconcile all the pieces when they fall in place, and we'll make sure we're prepared to have smart conversations.
Okay.
And I will say this too, and Jeremy and I had this conversation today, this is our proposal to ask the county, right? And we're always thinking about, okay, what if we don't get that? And understanding the critical need of our bus drivers and some of the other things that are in this budget, we're thinking, okay, if we don't get this where we have to cut, what else will we have to bring to the board to cut? So I just want to keep that in mind, that if there's other things that the board would like us to bring to the table and implement, understand that we may have to come back with some other cuts in other areas.
Yeah.
So we'll end up with like competing values.
Absolutely. And I think it's always worth looking also, of course, at what we can cut. And I think you've done a good job of that so far, creating a process around it. And, but yeah, I mean, I think that's an important part of balancing the budget. Just, you mentioned this, but, what was mentioned in public comment, 27 more directors or supervisors, you're saying that's not the case. I just want to.
I don't even know where we would physically put them.
Okay.
Right. I mean, but yeah, right. It's great. Right. So we've just got more accurate numbers this year, compared to the previous book. And so that'll be sort of our new measuring stick moving forward. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, and then, the last thing I want to say is also that I am, concerned about the, classified pay. I guess I want to ask, we have certified over classified in this budget. I mean, certified overall is prioritized, certified pay. Because it's in line with what is proposed at the state level, not knowing exactly where that's gonna fall. Is that correct, or?
I would say we've had to consider both right sets of employees in this and when we know what the state raises are gonna be, correspondingly, right, our classified employees will be the space where we put the most evaluation on, here's the state raise and how much more can we do better than that, right? So I think that's, so I think so we're thinking about both groups, but I recognize maybe the perception, right, with that teacher supplement component, and that dollar value there. But certainly there's things in here, there are considerations for both groups, and decisions we'll have to make, as everything comes together outside of Durham.
Okay. And I didn't mean to say that you're, choosing, or don't care about classified
'cause
staff. In Durham before, and as in, I'm sure other districts, we have alternated by year. So that's also a thing that has happened, but it got thrown off the last couple of years.
I have to
Okay.
walk in the door every day and look a lot of classified people in the eye. Yeah, so yeah, I get it. Yeah,
Yes.
no,
Yeah, yes, I hear that.
we're looking out for 'em.
I just want to say I favor a 2% raise for classified. So I mean, is there a way, and you costed that out for me. I asked about that. Thank you. Is there a way to, to put that in here, or to modify that point?
Ms. Chavez, I think the board would have to choose to do that,
Right.
to direct them to do that.
Yes, the board would have to do that.
Mhm.
So we'd love to hear if other people have that concern, want to see a 2% raise for classified, and feel like other areas could be negotiated.
And I would just say, right, to clarify what there is some action forthcoming, right? So we've, if the governor's proposal is 2%, the Senate's a little bit less than that. We'll see what happens with those, because whatever they decide will affect state funding we receive. And so we would want to, just take an opportunity to get that and reconcile those actions. And I think we'll be mindful, right, of, right, the hope that we at least do 2% for them in Durham, right, will be, and if the governor's version prevails at 2%, then we have to do it and it'll happen. And if we get a lesser version, right, if the Senate model prevails or somewhere between the two, we're going to go back to the drawing board and rework our figures and see how much, and we're going to work to try to do better than that Senate version if that's what comes to be, because that's just not, it's not acceptable. Yeah.
Let me just add, I think I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
If I could just add, when I first came here, I think you've heard me say I'm very competitive, and I believe and want to be the best. And if we could do 2, 3, 5, we would want to do that because our staff deserve that. And we are trying to work within our means as well. So I think what Board Member Umstead has been asking for is this 3-year, I just said 3-year, but this multi-year budget that folks can see, not this year, but it's next year. I'm getting it next year. And so I think the more that we are able to operate within our means, make the cuts where we need to make the cuts, spend more wisely, and get to a point where we have that multi-year budget so our folks can see. And that helps with retention as well. If they see a way that, hey, I'm getting these increases, but please know, yes, we want to invest in our staff because that's what we share with this board and with the community that we heard during the listening and learning sessions, as well as the public online forum that came in #1, investing in our staff. We want to do that, but we also want to make sure that we're working within our means as well.
Ms. Carter-Otten.
I just wanted to also add that we had also discussed earlier the likelihood of another salary study happening in the near future, right? Which would further adjust classified pay. And I also, we haven't talked about this, but can you, I know you weren't here, but I think you know the answer to this.
Okay.
Can you remind us what the classified staff, classified salary increase was last year?
So the state budget, right, had a increase in that. So 1 year of that state budget was a 4 and the other year was a 3, right? So I think it was a minimum of 3% we did this last time. And then Durham made a litany of other adjustments. And so it ended up being 11% that the adjustment was in Durham, and then plus the 3% that came from North Carolina. And so yeah, that's what occurred here. And that was, you had almost $9 million to accomplish part one of that, and then there was separate investment in the continuation portion of the budget this past cycle to take care of the 3 that was in addition to the 11.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking for. And then, yeah, I look forward to seeing what another salary study does and also learning from what other districts are doing and some practices for how to compensate how to compensate staff in such a way that, especially classified, you're really honoring veteran staff members and some different strategies for doing that as we move forward. So.
Colleague, Ms. Byer.
I just have a motion when it's ready for that. And I was hoping that we would be ready for that, but I don't want to presume.
Go ahead.
Move approval of the 25-26 superintendent's recommended budget for Durham Public Schools.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byers, seconded by Ms. Harold Goff to approve superintendent's recommended budget for 25-26. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Umstead.
Just, Mr. Teeter, after this, could you explain what happens next with our budget? Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, use the same sign. Passes unanimously.
I think to answer Ms. Umstead's question,
I was coming right back to you, Mr. Peter. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So now we will relay this to the county manager on the board's behalf. So now that it's become the board budget now. And so we will relay this to the county manager, the specific amounts that we're requesting, right? So we're requesting $222,071,527 from the local current expense fund and $8 million for capital outlay. And so we will relay that. The county manager will then, she's already been underway with her process and the planning that they have to go through because they've got a lot of other entities other than us that they contemplate. She'll be working with her budget team to compile her recommendations, communicating with the county commissioners as well. And our understanding is that she plans to unveil her recommended budget on May the 12th. From there, that board will deliberate, go through their processes. They're required to have an approved budget ordinance in place by July 1st, right? So we'll really be dialed into answering their questions and participating in that however they ask us to, and watching very keenly where that lands as they go through their process.
Thank you.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. The next item on our agenda is also belonging to Mr. Teeter. Shoot, maybe I needed the break. Classified reduction in force proposal. Colleagues, I'm going to ask us to take a 10-minute recess.
Right here. I'll be right here. I'm right here. Of course. Okay.
We are now back in session. Thank you for your patience. Mr. Teeter.
Good evening again, Chair Rogers, board members, and Dr. Lewis. So the next agenda item is the superintendent's classified reduction in force proposal. And just wanted to just kind of in opening remarks around this, just share and just to reiterate that this conversation is just it's a phase one of sorts, right? And that we're talking about positions. And that we are not focused on individual employees in this process. And so when if the board approves this reduction in force proposal tonight, it means the positions are no longer there, and it would trigger a part two of events that administration will lead, particularly through HR and in tandem with other partners to kind of understand how does this impact people and how do we support those people and what things will we do to manage that. And if we, any action that we need to take with people in part two still requires board action. And so we just want to be very clear about that as we move forward. So this conversation, you're just making decisions about positions and not people, and a people conversation would happen later. As we do our work to tend to the people in that. And I see Kim nodding with me. And so just on, if we can advance a couple of slides from here to the recommendation. And so just, and I'll just read this just just to make sure we don't miss anything. And so due to reduced funding and district reorganization, the superintendent is asking the Board of Education to eliminate 27 classified central office positions with $2,058,895 in savings effective July 1, 2025, aligning with the budget presentation and in accordance with the board policy 7921. So just wanted to clarify what that means. And in the board's policy, 7921, that specifically addresses classified reduction in force, there are three different rationales that administration can lift up in that conversation. And so on the next slide, we discuss sort of the first rationale under that policy, and that is the district reorganization. And so just a few bullet points that we share there is that during the 24-25 school year, Durham Public Schools was faced with a nearly $34 million budget shortfall that caused largely by unbudgeted positions. The school system was able to rectify this for the current year with a blend of one-time and long-time measures. With the expiration of one-time solutions, the district must reorganize itself in a way that curtails expenses and personnel costs in an ongoing manner. And then the next rationale on the next slide, we address specifically the decreased funding rationale that's outlined as one of those three possible rationales in the board policy. And we say with the sunsetting of over $160 million of federal ESSER funds, Durham Public Schools cannot maintain the same volume of staffing and resources it supported over the past 4 years. This decreased funding has occurred in tandem with rising costs of goods and services. So just wanted to lift up the two rationales that are discussed in the board's policy involving classified reduction in force. On the next slide, we sort of just discussed the process that we went through. And so in my initial conversations with senior leadership, you know, my goal was to come up with 3 million. And as you'll see on the next slide, we didn't quite get there. And that's obviously affected conversations I've had to have and other decisions that we've made. And so in order to avoid impact on classrooms, senior members of cabinet focused a review on reductions of central office positions, right? And so we're cognizant that as we make this decision, we want to try to shelter schools where we can and think about how we're operating here. So we carefully reviewed the positions for the most minimal impact on the district. And we had 4 distinct meetings with the senior leaders of the organization. And right, and so that was myself, Dr. Giovanni, Ms. Hager, Dr. Webb, and Dr. King, and then Dr. Lewis ultimately joined in with us as we neared the end of that review for us to kind of discuss what we came up with as senior leaders of the team. We identified, so each of us identified a number of positions that fell under our purviews that we felt like we could operate without as we managed our respective shops. And we came together and we challenged each other. We talked through that. we pressed and we challenged each other on, are you sure you need that to operate your shop? Can you definitely operate without this that you're proposing, right? So we really pushed each other as colleagues and held each other accountable in that process to make sure that we were deliberate and meaningful. And then ultimately, we know that there are some positions that are vacant and that fell in this umbrella of things. And I think a great testimony to that, is in my department, there are 2 vacant positions that I've contemplated. The budget work, just as an example, right? The budget work that you saw that happened tonight and the production of this document and all of the work that goes into that. I was directly involved in that, and that used to belong solely to a specific person in the budget department, later turned contractor, later turned district, tried to fill that position and never did. And so we've operated without that position in finance, and we were able to make that work happen with myself and the remaining members of the budget team. And another example in our department, right, is we had a fixed asset specialist who separated from the finance department. I've picked up that work in tandem with my team, and we kept that moving. And so those are the kind of conversations I have with my colleagues of, I'm willing to part way with these 2 vacancies, for example, in my department, because we've proven that we can make the work happen, and we were able to meet our targets in the finance department, just an example. And then in tandem through that process, we did have very extensive consultation with legal to make sure we conformed to the board's classified reduction in force policy and to detail what our steps would be and what our communications would look like. And they very carefully worked with us to craft the communication that went out district-wide. They helped us down to the gritty of crafting the précis and reviewing what we're lifting up in this presentation. So we're very involved with them in the process, talk them through with them things that might come up, and to make sure they were our partners in that. The slide that's on the screen now was really the fruits of those conversations with my colleagues and things that we lifted forward, and we worked to apply a cost to those things that came forward, and just to get a handle of what we're looking at there. And on the final slide, I want to make sure I knock these slides out, and then we can answer questions. So in the next steps, right, we're very clear that if the board approves the reduction, the superintendent will determine specific impacts on staff in accordance with the process that's in your policy. Our human resources team would contact potentially impacted staff by May 1st of 2025, so that's next week. The impacted staff would remain in the current positions through June 30th. And then we will make sure that we're impacting the notified staff of opportunities to submit their name for other positions in the district as they become open. And I think there are some that potentially are open now, and I see Kim nodding right. So we're mindful that there are some existing pathways that we can contemplate now, and others will materialize as we go through this season of transition with personnel. So on the final slide, we just, and we're just reiterating the superintendent's request, to eliminate 27 positions for the savings identified in alignment with your policy. And happy to answer any questions. And I know we've got legal counsel here tonight, and Dr. Giovanni and the other members of the team that work so hard on this, and we will answer questions as necessary and work together on this.
Mr. Tab.
Okay, thank you so very much for this. Just a couple questions, and no, we're not talking about people. We're only talking about positions. We've had a lot of conversations about transportation, but I see on here that we are the position of assistant director for transportation, and we were in transportation crisis. So I just want to make sure that we're not moving back to crisis with this kind of movement.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that question, if I may, Madam Chair. So that is that assistant position was a supervision position over routing And that role has changed, and the person who's in that role has become more of a router. So the team felt like that would be an opportunity to offer that person to work directly on the routing as opposed to supervising the other routers, a person with skill, and move forward. And the work is going to get done. Yes, sir. That was that. Short answer to, short answers are not my forte. The work will get done on all of the transportation. There's some that have been vacant. We've collapsed some of those. So this was not done in a vacuum. It was
Right.
done with the transportation team to determine that.
Right. And I'm sure there's a lot of thought to all this, and I'm not questioning anybody's thought pattern to any of this. I just wanted to make sure that we were in transportation crisis. And anytime I see something that says transportation, I want to make sure that we're not taking any steps backwards with that. The last question I have was, Mr. Titi, from your own department, and I think I sent you this question and you answered it already, but I just want to put it on record.
Sure.
That with the AS 400 administrator, we are moving away from AS 400. And so with moving away from AS 400, that means there is another system that's going to be in place. And I'm wondering if there's a new system that's going to be put in place, how will we then resolve making sure that you're getting what you need in finance?
Absolutely, right. And so this was a space that we talked about quite a bit. And it's an example of the exchange that we had as a team as we talked through this. And so, some of the conversation was around, do we cut some vacancies that are in technology? And then we thought through, we've got some other opportunities here, right? We need to let technology have technology. And so some of these technology positions that are embedded in other departments, we transition that work to the technology department and allow the IT director to appropriately fill his vacancies that he has in IT. So, I think, that model will work for us, and the new system we're moving to, we've moved our accounting side there, and payroll is forthcoming in the next few months to move on to that software. It is much less antiquated and easier to manage in terms of, like there are folks on my staff who are super users of that software. They're able to get in there and do the necessary things that we need to make sure it operates. But we also move forward knowing that we'll have the support of our IT department and those folks as needed to deal with issues that we can't handle.
And so the last part of it, thank you for bringing up IT with that. So we're not putting more, are we putting more work on to IT folks, and then we need to compensate them for the more work they're doing with that, or it's all gonna be put together? And, because I know if when you start giving more work to people, then later they're gonna say, is that, are we compensated for that? Because we're already talking about extra duties and responsibilities and all that, that's come up. So I'm just want to
Well,
put it out there.
Yeah, and I would say right in the director of IT has a great interest in the processes that we have had in finance with our system, and has, since I've been here, really been trying to press in of the people I already have need to know what this position's doing in your department so that our help desk can handle it. And so they've been very anxious to embrace that work, and he feels like they're at a place where they could absorb it without issue. So I think we're in a good spot there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's it.
Ms. Harold Goff?
Hi, I was just wondering, this is asking to to eliminate 27 classified central office positions. How many of these positions are currently vacant?
Dr. Giovanni, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 11 that are currently vacant.
Just acknowledging, I heard your statement. We are talking about just positions here. We are not talking about people. But we're still talking about people. So I'm just being sensitive to that.
Well, I think we've acknowledged there would be a part two to the process
Yeah.
where we would evaluate potential impact to the people. And we're gonna we'll manage that
Mhm.
in the way that policy dictates. And we're sensitive to people. And so, you know, we're gonna work as a team to make sure we take care of people in that process, you know, to the best of our ability. And ultimately, any action that involves specific people is still gonna require approval of the board before we do that. And so, like, this is not the last stop in the road for you all to intervene, if there, you know, if we have concerns about specific people in part two.
So, want to lift up that part two. And, if anybody is seeing this in public record and try identifying themselves, that to understand that this is, we're talking about these positions, that's part of that sensitivity. And that's all. I just wanted to lift that up. 11 of these are vacant. People might recognize themselves. And so just wanted to lift that up.
And I think, right, as we move into part two of the process, we're looking at, right, you know, we're seeing an additional column on this chart of, is this a singleton position? Are there two people who do this? Are there three people who do this? And making sure that there's an appropriate process to evaluate who are the affected people, right? So that's still to come if this is, if part one of this process moves forward.
Yeah. I was a little concerned about whether people saw this, you know, because it has to be public record for us to discuss it.
Sure.
And maybe panicking because they've seen it and haven't had those conversations yet. So I just wanted to.
And I think that, and
Part
that's
two.
right, and that's fair, right? And so, you know, and so we worked, you know, carefully, you know, to develop a message that went out Monday to alert, you know, the whole district that this is something that was forthcoming. And we, you know, and we made sure that we had this out ahead of the board, like that communication went out ahead of the board materials going live. And we were very, you know, meticulous about that and being sensitive of that timing. And certainly, right, it's fair, right, that people will see this and have questions. And, you know, we're very, and where as a staff, we've had to be very careful is to make sure we have consistent messaging, and that, you know, as we communicated with it, we're communicating in the same way that HR will, and that it just happens throughout. But yeah, it's definitely not, you know, I agree, you know, I see the humanity in it and the implications. And so we've just, you know, and that's forthcoming, where we have to analyze that and make decisions and involve the board in part two of this. Date.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter-Otten.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure I heard you correctly and I'm reading the related policy correctly, in that folks that there will be, that when other positions open, or if other positions are open, that there will be some support for getting people into other positions, or notify, what does that look like? Could you flesh that out a little bit, or help just make sure everybody understands
I'm
what that
gonna
will
look
look
to
like?
my HR-oriented folks on that one.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, so May 1st, we would work with staff to say, here are the positions that are available. What are you eligible for? These are classified positions. So we would know going into those conversations, kind of what positions would be available to offer folks and what their options would be.
Right.
So we're very sensitive when it comes to that, especially coming after the debacle with the classified salary study, and really being sensitive to folks that, to Ms. Harold Goff's comment about folks that have seen positions on that inboard docs. Just really being sensitive and listening, providing options and transparency.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Hager. So you're not just like, sorry, go on the website and look for a
No,
job. Yeah, thank you.
You've got to have positions available saying, here's what we've seen, you know, already know if someone's coming to meet with you, what their background's going to be, what their skill sets are going to be, what's available, the timeline around that, and being able to follow up, follow through, answer their questions, and that sort of thing.
Thank you. I appreciate your leadership in this, Ms. Hager. One more question for you, Mr. Teeter, is we know that we're in the public education is in a challenging space right now, and that districts all over the country and the state are taking steps to make the budgets work. To what extent are other districts like neighboring or that like, you keeping an eye on what others are doing and like, to what extent do their practices align or not with the steps that we're needing to take here in our district?
Fantastic question, right? And so a model that we watched and discussed very carefully, was in a neighboring district, right? So we looked at Chapel Hill Carborough and then the process that they recently went through. And so that was very front and center for us. And then, of course, we're reading extensively in the paper about the decisions that Wake County is making on the other side of us and what they're going through. So, right. So I think that's very fair, right? We've been watching that and trying to learn from that and just be as careful as we can to adhere to policy and make sound choices.
Thank you.
Ms. Umstead is next, and then Ms. Chavez. I had a question based on Ms. Hager's comments about helping the people, as Joy is talking about. I know we're not talking about the people. And maybe this is I don't know who can answer this. Can you tell us a little bit about how this works with how the RIF policy works with the transfer portal that opens and the transfer window closing? And then in terms of people or positions that are open right now that people have been applying for, and the people who may get the notice may not be able to apply for because other people are already in the pipeline. Can you tell us a little bit about how that process works and how they work together?
So one of the things that we could think about, and we can just decide, I think, is how we prioritize, right? And so when we think about positions that are impacted here, the 27 positions, or the positions that are filled, that do we prioritize those versus someone on a transfer list? So things that we've done in the past is offer a priority for those folks, but that would be something that we would need to decide kind of how that plays out in the pecking order. The transfer window closes on the 30th for folks to sign up. Yeah. Yes, so that was extended. The transfer portal was extended.
And when you say we, who is we? We have to decide if we're going to prioritize those people.
Well, that would be
Who's the
some
we?
discussion I would hope that we make as administration or the board, but there would be, in the past, we've done priorities kind of based on, where things may fall out. So would these folks have a priority for reassignment?
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Umstead, then Ms. Chavez.
Thank y'all for doing this really hard, challenging work of thinking about these roles and these positions. We know why we're talking about positions, but I also recognize the folks that are in them, and I know that folks have seen their names, and have lots of things, or not seen their names, excuse me, seen their positions, and there are a lot of questions and concerns. Can you talk a little bit about, I know you talked about the senior folks who are around the table, but how did you involve other people who are impacted by some of these positions in this decision-making process?
I'll go first, and then maybe some of my other colleagues can weigh in, right? And so I think that, right, so I think about just my department, we're one of the smaller parties involved compared to some of the other units, but just that direct one-on-one, work with my team members, right? And I mentioned some of the work that we've picked up that other folks used to do, and just kind of, we've reflected on that of how do you think that went? Could we do that again next year? Is it sustainable that the people who did that this time could keep doing that? and things of that, right? So just kind of getting that kind of feedback, from my colleagues. And so that's what we did in finance. And I know my, not to speak for Dr. King, but he has a lot of departments under his umbrella, and his folks all came forward. His folks had the opportunity to come forward and lift up, like, hey, these are some things that we could do, right? So he was very engaged, and I think, Dr. Webb had some similar processes with his senior leaders in facilities and those areas, about what that might look like, so again, it was just consistent across the major cabinet members. We went through kind of similar processes.
I'm sorry, this is gonna be a little annoying, but can y'all speak to some of how you talked about your team where, like, we picked up some of this work, what it would look like for us to do that again?
Yeah.
Is it possible for folks to just give a little bit about how some of that was worked through in your department?
Dr. Webb.
Thank you, ma'am. Absolutely. After meeting with the main group and getting the challenge and the conversation, I took back to my operations leadership team, and we built from the ground up. Look at who we have, what roles are absolutely necessary, what can we reassign? In the case of operations, many of these were vacant, and we have been functioning without those roles being filled. So those were easy choices. And then we looked at the harder choices, and it was, again, looking at the positions. Does this position contribute as much as we possibly need it to, or can we share those duties? So Mr. Barnes in child nutrition, Mr. Barnes in transportation, Mr. Lynch and Ms. Blake Reed with all within the building services. So I pushed it to them, then we came back and talked about it, and that was how we developed a list, and then we culled down the list from there and then brought that product back to the group, that was mentioned, the people that are here in the room. So lots of conversation, and not just looking at what we're doing right now, but trying to anticipate the work that we're going to have to do in the future. This is a model we're moving towards. What are we going to require? With this person or this group, this new hire, does that make a difference too? So I had a lot of thought partners in the operations proposals part.
All right, I think, and I asked that question because there's a lot of questions to us have been, how were these decisions made, right? And how do we get to this answer? And so I think just being able to talk about what that looked like. We know that 11 of these positions are vacant. There's 24, I think, total. 27, excuse me. Do we have any sense of how, and I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. How many vacant positions might match what's currently listed here? Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Okay.
To me, we would have to do a little bit more work to sort of look at the skill sets again, look at what folks would be eligible for, look at the positions that would be available. And that would be that next step. But it makes sense to me
Yeah.
in some stead.
Okay. And it's wanting to ensure that folks have somewhere to land. And then Mr. Teeter, if we were the 11 positions that were vacant, do you have a sense of how much savings that would cost, that those 11 positions are?
Yes, so that particular component has a value of $1,248,014. So 1248014.
Thank you. I'll just say this is really challenging. Don't like having these types of conversations. I understand this is part one. Because we also know we're in a challenging climate, not just here in Durham, but all over when it comes to jobs and opportunities. So I'm not I understand this is my job that I've been elected to do, to make these tough decisions, but just not enjoying and feeling a lot of angst around this. Thank you for answering those questions for me.
Madam Chair. Yes.
Dr. Giovanni.
I think just to expound on Ms. Smith's point, I think it is two things. The first premise of how these decisions were made, in Dr. King's defense, if you'll notice that he has, I think, maybe the smallest number considering how large the department is. And kind of we went into this with, we stay away from the classroom, right? Like student touching things. So academics was very much the last piece of that. So that was kind of the lens that we looked at when we started having these conversations. And then the second piece of your question is that it is the intent that every occupied position on here, that those impacted folks will, we will work to make sure that do everything within our power that they are placed into a current vacancy that is needed in the district. So if that, and I think my colleagues, I would like, I think they're all nodding their heads. That is the plan, do everything within. So that is kind of the expectation, is that people that are in the impacted positions will be placed into vacancies that the district does need and that there's been a business case made for.
And I could say, I can only speak to the guts of, right, the three under my umbrella in this level of detail, but right, two of mine are vacant. I know what's going to happen with the work, and I see a pathway that's transferable for my third, right, that is occupied. So like I can see kind of a crystal clear how mine would sort out for sure. And I know there's some work, it's more than about mine, but we're definitely thinking in that way.
Just one more follow-up question on that. We're also in a time where folks are maybe looking and interviewing as the school year ends and be transferring. When is this a process that might continue as far as evaluating what vacant positions might be filled or not be filled? Like, is there an ongoing thought process around this as people might transition out of a position?
I would maybe need to defer to kind of some legal wisdom of what it would it look like if we had new vacancies to come up and we wanted to reassess the positions. I don't know what that looks like.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Mr. Cheater got it. I mean, it's if it's that time of the year where people are looking, right? So if I'm putting my letter of resignation, I might leave at the end of the school year. That's a newly vacant position. Will there be analysis of, is this a position that we need to fill, or is this actually a position that, in order to keep kind of where we need to be as cost savings, that we may not fill at the time? And I know there's probably some other things to consider, but that's just a question of, we're in that time where we're going to probably see some of that.
Okay, I think I got it now. So I think those are conversations that with the cabinet team and obviously Dr. Lewis and Mr. Teeter and Ms. Hager, kind of when that does happen, a high functioning district is going to have those conversations. Can this work be assigned somewhere else? Can we split these duties out where it doesn't impact the actual performance of the district and obviously primarily student outcome? So those are thoughts, and I think Mr. Teeter, I would ask him to kind of, jump on this too, but that's something that should always be happening whenever, it's not just, oh, we've always done this, so then we just fill it, right? But is there a business case for this position? And I think in the slides, Mr. Teeter references kind of attrition. So anytime there's something, and Ms. Hager is involved in that also. So the answer is yes. I should have just retracted everything else. I said yes. There we go.
I would add that is the natural cadence for us in academic services, with the understanding that we are unlikely to add additional positions. Each time a position goes vacant, we look at that position to make several determinations. Given the new normal or the new circumstance that we find ourselves in, does it make sense to fill this position as it exists? Or does it make sense to look at how we might use this FTE in a different way? We have a couple of positions right now that have recently gone vacant. And I can tell you that, for instance, we'll have probably the final discussion about one of those positions tomorrow. And, that is how we have made, the adjustments in terms of the structure of academic services. that has led some people to think we've added, multiple positions. But what we've done is repurposed positions when folks have resigned in order to, make a way to achieve our mission in ways that are more efficient. And allow our structure to be more effective. So that's our natural cadence, and that will always be the way we work through those positions. We don't want to be in a scenario where we ever immediately repost a position as is without working through, a thoughtful process of whether or not that position continues to make sense given our current circumstance.
Travis?
Sorry, I'll be brief. Thank you. Well, people have already underscored the part 2 was really important. I'm glad for the care that you're taking with that. I want to name, I think priority would be good. So that's how I feel about that for those individuals. And then I just want to say thank you for the process that you described, because it sounds like it involved a lot of dialogue and pushing, pulling, kind of, challenging one another. And I appreciate that. So I think that's, again, I'm just hearing like, evidence of collaborative approaches to these decisions and not having them just made in a vacuum. So I appreciate that. It is, yeah, it is hard when you're actually coming to the decision. But I think the work was done with integrity, and from everything I have heard, and I appreciate that. So that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Ms. Byer.
So I want to thank you all for the work that you've put in, but also acknowledge this is grim and somber work. I look back in our, I don't think we've done this since 2016. That's that's the last time I remember doing this. And I want to be clear that the people that are in these positions, this is not a performance evaluation. This does not indicate that your work is not valued, that you are not respected by Dr. Lewis and the team, but also by your coworkers and colleagues, and that your work is important to the functioning of Durham Public Schools. And so I appreciate you laying out the reasons that you've identified per policy, and just want to hold up that this is incredibly somber and difficult for people that may be impacted. I've also been here long enough to know that we've done this before and cut too deeply and had to rehire and had to restaff. And we need to be ready and nimble to do that if that's what's happened here. And I trust that you all will do that thoughtfully. I think maybe this is a question for you, Eva. The folks have an appeal or a grievance at some level in some of this process, or have state statute offered that protection?
So at this time, there's not a proposal on the floor to actually, do any dismissals. I mean, that is a possibility, but right now, this is just eliminating the positions. And I think what we've been hearing is that there's going to be an effort to place those people in other positions. 11 of them are vacant, so that's 16 others. Some of those will find other positions. And so, so there's a lot of ifs before we get to that point. But yes, if in the end there is a person for whom a position is not found, and there's a recommendation that they be separated because their position was terminated, under your policy and under state law, as a classified employee, they can appeal that. Yes.
Thank you. And then this is related, but not in this. Have you all looked at the possibility, or other districts looking at the possibility of offering, or is it allowable, incentives for early retirement or people to retire?
I don't think you really have control over that.
You, What does that mean?
Well, because it's the state retirement system, and you either qualify or you don't, essentially.
So, okay, we're offering bonuses to people to attend and drive buses. So if we were to budget and set aside some incentive to incentivize people that have fully vested their 30 years, you're saying there's no way to do that or no district doing that?
I've not ever seen it, so I don't know,
I
but
have not seen it happen either. So, I mean, it would require some additional research. I know we've heard some conversations about that in other tiers of government. But yes, I think we would I would want to do some research with the state, right, and some other authorities before we did that, just to make sure it's something that we could do and it didn't bite us later. But
And I think what she's asking, if we have employees that qualify for retirement,
right.
but they want to continue to work, is there incentive that we can offer them that if they're making, I'm making this up, if they're making $90,000 and they have been in the, in the district for 30 years and they are eligible for retirement, knowing that an entry-level position may be $50,000. So that's some savings there. I think that's what you're getting at in terms of an incentive to retire.
I do understand, and the answer is I don't know. I've never looked into it before, and I don't know if that's permissible under the state retirement system. We could, certainly look into it.
That's fine. I think I've gone beyond what y'all have researched, but I do like us to think creatively as we're approaching this so that everything is under consideration. But I thank you.
Colleagues? Any other questions, comments, concerns? Here's this is for action. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we approve, where is it? We approve the classified reduction in force proposal.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Harold Goff and seconded by Ms. Byer that we approve the classified reduction in force proposal that has been presented. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed use the same sign. It passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Teeter. Colleagues, the next items on our agenda in section 6 are for information only, including overnight field trip and the monthly change order report. Followed by those items is closed session. As has been the case the last few weeks, we will continue to come back into open session, but it will not be live streamed and there will not be interpretation available.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Chavez, to go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda. Is there any further discussion? Awesome. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed use the same sign. We're now in closed session.